Chapter 392, Thirst for Blood. Chapter 392, Thirst for Blood. You're telling me that Godfather, a sixth layer of Radiant stage expert, actually Luo Yunhai widened his eyes. Dugafeng nodded gravely. Yes, 8 Wolf Wardens are all tough, all Radiant stage experts, all veterans. Never underestimate them on the field of battle. Everyone nodded, if not for the 4 tigers of Tianyu saying it, who were engaged in wars all year round. The 8 houses youths would have never known that the Chuanrong had sent a mean bunch this time. Luo Yunhai turned to the last 2, his eyes never leaving the oldest person from his sight. Hair white, small yet sharp eyes, casting a veil of mystery over him. Elder brother, who is that? Dugafeng mumbled. Chuanrong Empire's imperial tutor, Han Tianma. He is our Prime Minister Zhuge Chongfeng's equivalent. Does that mean the enemy has sent his best over? Everyone was startled. How could they send someone of such importance to Tianyu? Don't they fear an assassination? Dugafeng shook his head, morose. Chuanrong Empire is unlike ours, who have the 4 pillars to hold up the nation, yet each of them is filled with their own designs. Take Godfather and Zhuge Chongfeng for example. Neither will accept the other. With years and years of constant fights at the border, they say Zhuge Chongfeng had planned to go to the Chuanrong Empire once, for peace talks, but never carried it out. Do you know why? He feared the old marshal's betrayal. The chorus sounded. Dugafeng nodded. Godfather isn't the type to do this, but it'll be impossible for the Prime Minister to believe Godfather completely. While Chuanrong Empire's commander Tuoba Taizhan allowed his son to come on this delegation because the imperial tutor is here to look after him. Why Han Tianma has come in the first place is because Tuoba Taizhan has 5 million troops stationed at the border, sending the delegation off. If any danger were to come upon the delegation, the army would march south and the empires would be tangled into a heavy war. This is the general's accord. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spine. The enemy emperor's left and right arm help each other while our 4 pillars are stuck in a conflict. If not for Tianyu's vast lands and many talents cropping up, as well as the 7 noble houses and the empire's 3 guardian sects, we'd have long since fallen. Everyone shook their heads. What about the babe? Long Xingyun licked his lips, enraptured as he was, pointing at the girl. Dugafeng deadpanned. She is Tuoba Tieshan's only daughter and Tuoba Liufeng's younger sister, Taoba Liener. Hailed as the #1 beauty in Chuanrong and owner of impressive beast-rearing skills. But she is yet to show up on the battlefield and is of weak cultivation. There's nothing about her worth mentioning. Oh, Brother Dugu, what kind of man are you? How can you use strength to judge such a fine specimen? Stomping his feet in admiration, Long Xingyun said, She and our women are different, but it's all in the style. I wonder if I can invite her over during her stay in Tianyu. A night in the warm candlelight, a beautiful entanglement, and the war of the nations may very well be a thing of the past. Perv. The women rolled their eyes, the men twitched and sighed. Dugafeng said, Brother Long, it's best that you forget about her. She is the commander's daughter for one, and although no one has seen her skills, she is no pushover. Don't test her and turn this into an even bigger issue. No biggie, some flowers you can pick, some you can only admire. This young master has his self-esteem. Ha ha ha. The beauty below simply danced in the infatuated eyes of Long Xingyun. The others merely shrugged. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's young pavilion lord was a casual romantic, unlike the savage Zhuofan. He ought to know when to stop, no? Meanwhile, Zhuofan stared down to Oba Lufeng in thought. Then he grinned. Telling you to step back is out of respect for you, faraway guest. Do you really want me to do it? Ha ha ha, if you must. Tuoba Lufeng grinned back, and the Chuanrong were looking at Zhuofan with mockery. The spiritual beasts under them were their lifetime companions, listening to nobody's orders but them. As for cowering them, ha ha, like that's gonna happen. These weren't your average beasts, mind you, but comrades in arms, as they had shed blood and sweat on the battlefield together. Their wills were tougher than ever. It came as no surprise that no one believed Juefan was up to the task. Have it your way. Juefan snorted inside, took all the spiritual beasts in his eyes, and his grin spread wider and wider. Liufeng's instincts kicked in and his heart shuddered. As for the cause of the queasiness, he had no idea. Shove off. Juefan's eyes glinted azure along with his bark. It rang louder and louder in the spiritual beast's ears. It was then that a ripple swept across them. The still cheerful spiritual beasts froze, and their riders looked down stunned before the riders could even grab their mane. The beasts were howling away under the stunned gazes of everyone. The 1,000 spiritual beasts scampered off towards the city gates, running for their lives, paying no heed to the riders' orders. Something of incredible dread and terror consumed their minds, driving them insane and leaving them with only the instinct of fleeing. The bond between man and beast, forged in the thick of battle, through happiness and sadness, now laid broken. What the hell? Stop this instant! Liufeng's mount was also frantic, but no matter what he said, it wouldn't listen, so he took to the sky, watching the 1,000 beasts on the ground stampeding for the gates, the 6 5th-level spiritual beasts included. It only took a second for them to clear the city. They left behind a bunch of rattled and sorry-ass riders, with an unlucky few trampled under the horde, ending up with broken bones by the dozen. There was not a face out there in another state than bugged out and slack-jawed. Except of course Long Xingyun's gang on the second floor, who only chuckled. They had been through this kind of thing back in the esoteric debate, where Juefan scared away the blood crocs with a glare. Using savage beasts in front of Juefan was like asking for a beat-down. Xuanrong Empire, founded on beast masters, had met their nemesis in Juefan. The 6 people in the air faced this incredulous, inconceivable and preposterous scene with blank minds. Liufeng even looked at his sister. Lianer, you're the best at controlling beasts. Just what is going on here? How should I know? Lianer soured for a second, then recalled something. He squinted at Juefan for a whole 15 minutes before crying, "It's you!" Juefan turned towards her. "Someone from Xuanrong knows me?" Juefan took a single look at her and his heart started beating a mile a minute. She was that same girl he had saved back in Beast King Mountain. The one he had swindled out of the shaping spring. She had stuck her claim on. Oh, so she's from the Xuanrong Empire. Perhaps he didn't care then to look closer, or it's been too long that he didn't spot her. When the Xuanrong got here, all he cared about was their level. He had no intention to care about some woman's looks, unlike that loaf Long Xingyun, who could tell on the spot how many moles a girl had. Lianer hadn't guessed either, since Juefan now had a thick mane of white hair. But the instant Juefan scared the beasts off, she was brought back to Beast King Mountain. On a closer look, she figured him out. The two stared off, in silence and puzzlement. Who is he? What is he doing in the imperial capital? Whose house's steward is he? So the girl is a Xuanrong. But what was she doing on Beast King Mountain, at the time of the esoteric debate no less? Does it have something to do with the Xuanrong delegation's aim for coming here? Juefan pondered. On the second floor, Luo Yunchang's face was hard. That rotten, stinking prick! He knows another lady. Sigh, another hottie falls into Brother Zhu's clutches. I admit defeat. Long Xingyun sat back with hands behind his head. Just how many chicks does Brother Zhu know anyway? For him to get close to even the Xuanrong Empire's girls, he is one Casanova. Lianer, do you know each other? Liufeng asked. Lianer whispered, Brother, he is the one I had talked about, the weird one I came across. A what? Liufeng set his bloodthirsty eyes on Juefan. There's actually a man in this world with such absolute power over beasts. He is the greatest threat to us. He has to be put down. Chapter 393, Tianyu's Number 1 Thorn. Chapter 393, Tianyu's Number 1 Thorn. Ice-cold and unbridled killing intent shot forth. It stabbed into the people's hearts like biting winds in the coldest winter. Damn, Liufeng is usually calm. Why then, the sudden thirst for blood? Dugufeng grew nervous. Long Xingyun grinned. Why indeed? But even if they show their tough side again, Brother Zhua is sure to nail them dead. What's there to worry about? That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Who here doesn't know about Zhuofan's temper? Irritated enough, those guys won't see tomorrow. If anything happens to them, what will Tuoba Tieshan's 5 million army at the border do? Dugufeng shook his head. The rest stirred. Makes sense. Zhuofan merely curled an eyebrow in glee. Come on, make a move already. Jalahan, Jabi, Falcon formation. We'll do it in one move. Tuoba Liufeng's eyes trembled, watching Zhuofan coldly. The masked man nodded and Jalahan was exuberant. His flesh trembling in joy. Imperial tutor Han Tianma wasn't quite in agreement. Lu Feng, we don't know what he can do or who's behind him. Attacking him rashly is thoughtless. Him being a threat is enough. He has got to go now or our beast armies will suffer. Tuoba Lufeng set his jaw. We are in an altercation with him now. This is the best excuse to ice him. When we see Tianyu's emperor later, we'll just say that the guy got too confident of his blue blood in stopping us and got killed by a stray attack. Han Tianma nodded after a long pause, but his heart was still unsettled from the moment he had laid eyes on Zhuofan. The imperial tutor felt a thorn in his heart. This was his intuition he had built over the decades. Thinking of the last time this feeling came, it was when he met Zhuge Changfeng. Asai, Tianyu has so many talents. Han Tianma noticed the sharp look in Zhuofan's eyes and sighed. Attack. Jalahan laughed, going after Zhuofan with bloodshot eyes, his face twisted and savage. Jabi took out a glittering golden longbow, pulling the string like second nature as he aimed for Zhuofan. Snickering, Zhuofan flicked his right hand in contempt. Stop. An aged voice towered over the commotion and Zhuofan was found overshadowed by a figure pointing his long blade at the six. Tuoba Lufeng, Han Tianma, what do you think you're doing? Rumble. Jalahan paused at his arrival. Tuoba Lufeng sighed in the end. Withdraw. Jabi figured that was the case and put away his bow. Tuoba Lufeng cupped his hands at the towering figure, expressing respect for once. Marshal Dugu, it's been ages. With the two nations tangled up in war for decades, the commanders had long since grown accustomed to one another, forming mutual respect. A hero valued another, regardless of which side they were on. Xuanrong's entire leadership present here showed their respect to the man called Dugu Zhantian. At the arrival of the marshal, everyone sighed, knowing the fight was a bust. Jalahan snorted, unwilling to let Zhuofan just walk away. Zhuofan couldn't care less. Oh, he did find it a darn shame as well, having lost the chance to probe them well, though not a complete waste of time, as he did get a ballpark figure. Marshal Dugu, how can your people lack even common decency? We represent the Xuanrong Emperor in presenting your nation's majesty with a gift. Is this how a host acts? Scaring our mounts and harming our warriors? Taobal Yener glared at Zhuofan while hurling her accusations. The way she figured was, with Dugu Zhantian's position in Tianyu, if he didn't give Zhuofan a heavy punishment, he'd at least give him something. Maybe a slap on the wrist. That would settle her current and past hatred nicely. A shame. Dugu Zhantian saw Zhuofan lollygagging behind, sloppy, bored and uninterested, the perfect picture of an innocent bystander. Sighing, the old man went in the air towards the six. The six were still very much respectful as Dugu Zhantian whispered, Imperial tutor, Tuoba Lufeng, seeing you faraway guests, I'll give you a good-natured suggestion. Forget about your rancor and drop this issue here, for your sake. You can't mess with that guy. The six were startled, looking at Zhuofan in shock. The Grand Marshal of Tianyu was dead serious, even advising them against pushing it. As the Xuanrong delegation, they represented their empire. No matter which noble or powerful figure appeared, everyone ought to show a modicum of decency to pave the way to the nation's peace talks, and Dugu Zhantian was a man above a sea of people in Tianyu, respected and admired. Who would dare put on a tough front in front of him? But the way he had worded his advice and his tone, all pointed towards the fact that the kid downstairs was above his station. Who the hell is this guy? After one last look at Zhuofan, they snapped their evil glares behind them, on obscure wolf. Just how do you gather intel when you missed such a glaring threat? Hu Lianchai was downcast too, returning an angry stare, then lowering his head in shame. Well, he did have a look at all of Tianyu's great men and houses. But who knew where this brat had popped out of, having such godlike power? Marshal Dugu, who is he? How come even you are reluctant to face him? Taubal Yener asked. The rest of them put on the same inquisitive expression as well. Dugu Zhantian sighed. I am not reluctant, but simply find him a pain, a thorn to avoid. The second prince stepped on his toes and he leveled his home. You are the Chuanrong, and I fear that if anything happens to you, it will plunge our nation into a bitter war. I can't have that. Ha ha ha, you must be thinking I stopped you for his sake, right? When I was in fact helping you. Rumble. All of their minds were shell-shocked at the impact this news had. Dugu Zhantian had revealed two crucial pieces of info. Zhuofan's authority in Tianyu burst at the seams to ignore the emperor and kick a prince around. Second was Zhuofan's power. Not even the six of them could stop him, but instead might end up with casualties and worsening the ties between nations. Why is it that we've never heard a word of such a valiant character? On cue, they glanced at Hu Lianchai again, but the guy wiggled his body away and avoided the stabbing gazes. He wished he could stuff his head in his pants from shame. How mortifying for an intelligence officer. Let me take you to the Imperial Palace. Now remember, keep your distance as much as possible. Dugu Zhantian sighed, then flew towards Zhuofan. Kid, I don't care what happened, just please let this one go on my account. They are our guests. Zhuofan nodded. Fine, since the old marshal asked, I will. Please do pass this along. This is my turf and not their backyard to jaywalk. Zhuofan was talking to Dugu Zhantian, sure, but he was so loud even deaf geezers could hear him, and before he forgot, he left the six with a middle finger as goodbye, making the six's face boil in rage. Only then he sauntered off to Yun Shuang, taking her through the Chuanrong army like a champ. The men pranked by Zhuofan were wailing. And now that he was parading among them, their anger pushed them to the edge, but without the six's orders, neither budged an inch. Forced to let Zhuofan's group swag their way across, he didn't leave them in the dust, but sure as hell left the Chuanrong army without an ounce of dignity. Awesome. Long Xingyun gave a thumbs up. Sticking close to Brother Zhuo is the best. Dugu Feng sighed. Thank God Godfather mediated before the matter escalated. This maverick demonic dragon was assumed to be the wolves' next meal, yet now they were the ones left wimping. Dugu Zhantian shook his head and led the outraged Chuanrong's six to the Imperial Palace. Only this time, the six no longer had their cocky attitude, not after the bruises their pride took just a while back. Not in their dreams had they thought it humanly possible that in this trip to Tianyu, while they had barely crossed the city gates, they would be molded into shape. Forget about dignity, they had lost all self-respect. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng and all the officials stood before the Imperial Palace's gates. They had waited and waited until finally, by some miracle, the Chuanrong arrived. Except the six behind Dugu Zhantian, the rest looked like shuffling and dragging their feet. Some even had to be carried face twitching. The Minister of War whispered, Prime Minister, are they the Chuanrong? Why do they look like stragglers from a routed army? Zhuge Changfeng pondered and soon came to a conclusion with a smile. Ha ha ha, I believe they were indeed routed. I reckon they went head-to-head with Tianyu's number 1 Thorn. The officials were stunned, then snickered inside. This new generation. Chapter 394, Same Side. Chapter 394, Same Side. Zhuge Changfeng welcomed them. Ignoring their sorry states out of respect, he led them inside the Imperial Palace, where a feast was held along with the officials. With how the Emperor's birthday had yet to come, the Emperor wasn't present after the feast. The delegation was taken to their quarters. Outside Imperial Palace they stayed silent all this time, a veiled contempt at Tianyu's lavish and exaggerated style. You had us come in all this way, and now you want us out? We didn't even see the Emperor yet. That's a custom for you. Going in for a feast is having good manners. But you're not the big cheese here to live in the fancy and grand imperial palace. Chuanrong's 6 leaders entered a high-class tavern, while the soldiers were housed in garrisons guarded by Duguzhantian's army. He said guarding, but it wasn't much different from keeping an eye on them to curb any violent behavior on Chuanrong's part in the dead of night. A slim figure dodged the patrols and sneaked up to a lit-up house, knocking twice. "Brother, it's me." The door opened just a crack and the figure slipped right in. Looking up, she was no other than Taobaliener. 6 people were in the room, the leaders of the Chuanrong Empire's delegation, and one who had yet to reveal his face. "Who is he?" Taobaliener pointed at the robed person to Oba Lufeng, and the imperial tutor exchanged a smile when the hooded figure raised his head. He spoke in a familiar tone. "Ha ha ha, Miss Liener, we've been chatting all day at the feast, yet you've already forgotten me." "SSS." Taobaliener glanced at the aged man and stuttered. "Zhuge Changfeng? What are you?" "Liener, don't make a fuss. Prime Minister Zhuge," her brother smiled, "is on the same side as us." "A what?" Taobaliener stared at Zhuge Changfeng for a good while, not quite able to wrap her head around that notion. The great leader of Tianyu's 4 pillars was on Chuanrong's side. Zhuge Changfeng smiled at her obvious confusion. "Miss Liener, I and your esteemed father, imperial tutor and your emperor, have been in secret contact for decades." Liener blinked her big putty eyes, turning to her brother, only to find him nodding. "Now a believer," she said. "I finally get why you were so confident in this mission. You had Prime Minister Zhuge on the inside. He's the one you called the most reliable spy." Tuoba Lufeng merely grinned. He then said, "Prime Minister sir, has there been no changes to the plan? I get the feeling the situation in Tianyu has gone through upheaval." "Ha ha ha, the young general is keen. It has indeed been so over these past few years. Our plan will just have to keep up with the times." Zhuge Changfeng nodded. "Worry not though, the stage has changed in our favor and not against it." "How can you be so sure?" Han Tianma said. Zhuge Changfeng had a confident smile. The original plan was to use the Centennial Jubilee as an excuse to bring high-ranked Chuanrong into the imperial capital. When the time is right, Commander Tuoba will put pressure on the borders, taking Duguzhantian away and leaving the playing field open for the Regent estate to incite chaos in its conquest of the houses. With the Emperor's men busy with the mess, he'll have no one next to him, giving us the perfect opportunity to cut his head. The plan was 90% assured of success. Once the Emperor falls, the rest will follow. With no support, the veteran Duguzhantian will be beaten back as well. At this point, the Chuanrong army will have free rein to go across the country, with Tianyu all for the taking. The crucial point is for all these scenarios to happen at the same time. By the time the Empire's 3 guardian sects find out, it'll be too late. We'll just give them a little something to soothe them later and Tianyu will be ours. Yes, that's the original plan. But what has changed? Han Tianma asked. Zhuge Changfeng's eyes flashed. This change came out of the blue to everyone. Tianyu no longer has 7 noble houses, rather 8. It is now in an even more tangled mess, with 3 factions in a deadlock. Even the ambitious Regent estate finds this situation hard to overcome. "How can Tuoba Lufeng was frantic." Zhuge Changfeng gave him a long look. "Actually, you've already met with the 8th house today. Luo clan, led by that steward, Zhuofan." "Zhuofan? The same one who blocked us?" Everyone cried out. Tuoba Lufeng thirsted for blood. "He can't be left alive. Since they are foiling our plan, then we will help Regent estate in rooting them out." "Young Master Tuoba, take it easy." Zhuge Changfeng threw a mocking smile. If Zhuofan was such an easy target, he'd be dead ages ago. With all due respect, as you are now, facing Zhuofan will end with you all getting annihilated. Each of them was shocked and looked at Zhuge Changfeng incredulously. Taobal Yener snapped, Prime Minister Zhuge is trying to scare us. I've met with Zhuofan before. He is strong, yes, but not invincible. Jalahan or Jubilee, in fact anyone here can easily kill him. With 2 against him, he is sure to breathe his last for good. Jalahan and Jubilee swelled with pride. We ain't top Chuanrong warriors for nothing. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Ha ha ha, Miss Liener, when did you meet him? What was his cultivation? Around a year ago. He was a peak bone-tempering cultivator then. Taobal Yener recalled, now that he's in the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage, it proves he's incredible, but nothing we can't handle. Zhuge Changfeng sighed, anything can change, given enough time. For a monster like Zhuofan, a year is more than enough. Ha ha ha, look beyond his low cultivation. Pitting your radiant stage experts against him is overconfidence and blind ambition. You're setting yourself up for failure. Jalahan and Jubilee glowered as Zhuge Changfeng continued uncaringly and spoke with an exceedingly cold gaze. Not to mention, Tianyu's every faction is in a deadlock. Looks quiet from the outside, but a storm is brewing underneath the surface. It's the best time for our plan. And the best candidate to break the stalemate is none other than the dauntless Zhuofan. You can't touch him before that, understand? Zhuge Changfeng's speech ended with a command, not something the Chuanrong's top dogs would be keen to readily accept. Only Han Tiamal was pensive before nodding. You know the situation better than us. We will listen to the Prime Minister. Zhuge Changfeng nodded pleased. He chatted for a while longer and then slipped away. His 2 elders were waiting outside with Zhuge Changfeng gone. Jalahan was the first to act out. Imperial tutor, young master, are we just going to do what the old fox said? We have no choice. We are strangers in a strange land and shouldn't act on a whim. Han Tiama said, obscure wolf, you have 3 days to find out about Tianyu's latest events. And this time, don't let the factions' relations and their actions escape your notice. Face red, Hu Lianchai bowed and left in the pitch-black night. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's study, the Emperor was reading the reports when a reportee came. A black figure kneeled. Your Majesty, news has come that the Chuanrong delegation is housed. Also, the Prime Minister has made contact. The Emperor's beard shook and he grinned. Ha ha ha, it has finally begun. The Emperor took black and white pieces from a chess box beside him and threw them on the ground. The pieces are in play. All that's left is a checkmate. At the parish's observatory, Yun Shuang inspected the sky with the heaven communing apparatus. Zhuofan stood watch with a frown, replaying today's events. That Chuanrong girl in particular kept coming back to him. The heaven communing apparatus stopped and Yun Shuang looked winded, with faint sweat on her brow. How is it, Shuanger? Any changes for the better? Zhuofan asked, shaking her head. Shuanger was grave. Not only there are no changes for the better, but the crouching dragon looks more imposing, ready to take flight. Zhuofan knew it to be the sign of being on the brink of ruling this land. In other words, Chuanrong's arrival made the imperial family more powerful. That's terribly strange unless… Zhuofan's eyes glinted. Yun Shuang begged, Steward Zhua, this sight has shown me that the land will be in even more chaos. The people will be in pain, suffering, and will be wretched. I beg of you, please save them. You alone can change this fate. Yun clan people are so strange. You've set aside your revenge for your kin and instead care for others. Zhuofan grinned. No worries, you are with me now. I will help you achieve your wish. No, it's for the people, Yun Shuang justified. Zhuofan teased. I'll do it for you, but don't feel like doing the same for the people. Now, who do you want me to do it for again? For me, blushing, Yun Shuang lowered her head. Zhuofan laughed, his mind filled with constant thoughts. Everyone is dead focused on the Luo clan. Chapter 395, Picking a Spot. Chapter 395, Picking a Spot. For 3 days, the Chuanrong delegation was confined to the garrisons. Lacking the Emperor's direct summons, the guards looked dangerously close to wardens. By now they were bored out of their minds, waiting for Hu Lianchai to send back something, anything. With a ripple, a tall wall of the courtyard wiggled at one spot, followed by the sneaky Hu Lianchai finally making his appearance with no guard being any wiser. Tuoba Lufeng signaled them to get back in the room to discuss. Hu Lianchai, have you found out Tianyu's situation? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Hu Lianchai gave a heavy nod and saluted. Young master, Tianyu is just like we've learnt from Prime Minister Zhuge, having experienced great change. All brought upon by the same man that stopped our march, Zhuefan. He is a hard man to deal with. Tuoba Lufeng raised an eyebrow, staring him in the eye and motioning to continue after taking a moment to organize his thoughts from his overexcited heart. Hu Lianchai stressed every word. Based on my investigation, there was no 8th noble house 8 years ago, but a nameless third-rate clan. But under Steward Zhu's leadership, this clan struck like lightning, killing everyone in their path to reach the status of 8th noble house. He is a rare talent with a sharp mind and boundless might. Hu Lianchai gave a systematic recount of the clan's history, sighing now and then, but all out of respect and fear. The narration took half a day. Everyone watched him blankly, their lips dry, unable to believe. Tuoba Lufeng and Imperial Tutor were downright plagued with worry. In less than a decade, he had raised a third-rate clan into a house, even surpassing their 1,000-year-old legacy. This man was a true rarity. He wasn't just some guy with a gimmick, but an unheard-of genius in the truest sense of the word. Hu Lianchai, are you sure you aren't wrong? How could this have happened? How is he so strong? Jalahan protested in his denial, rolling his eyes. Hu Lianchai was just as bitter. Do you think I want to believe this fairy tale? Am I that much of a fool? Everyone on the streets knows about this, down to the last bum. I am forced to believe it. That's why Zhuge Changfeng told us to stay clear of him. He is a serious threat. It's best we follow his advice for now. Han Tianma said to Oba. Lufeng squinted while pondering but nodded in the end. He will become our end if we don't get rid of him. But with how few we are, it'll be hard if he possesses the skills they say he does. We need to think of the bigger picture. Tuoba Lufeng had to accept it no matter how much it pained him. Jalahan was completely against it still. Didn't Tuoba Yener just say that me and Zhubi are enough to waste him? This is absurd. The young commander had complete trust in the 8 wolf wardens. Any impossible mission would be completed once they stepped in. So why was it that against a Tianyu whelp, he had lost all confidence? Jalahan grumbled inside, glancing at Zhubi. From his icy look, he figured the guy was of the same mind. Now we know Tianyu's situation and need only to wait for the Emperor's summons. Hu Lianchai, resume scouting and report anything you find, even rumors. The rest of you are dismissed. Understood. Tuoba Lufeng had them all withdraw. Hu Lianchai bowed as they all went their separate ways, and Hu Lianchai was all hush-hush in his sneaking out. Someone called out, Hu Lianchai, wait. Hu Lianchai turned to see Tuoba Liener bringing Jalahan and Zhubi. He bowed. Young miss, do you need me? Hu Lianchai, your stealth cultivation method is rare in this world. Can you also take us along? Liener looked at him with hope flashing in her eyes. Hu Lianchai frowned. Young miss, are you? Ha ha ha, to be perfectly honest, old pal, we want to get rid of that insufferable prick. Jalahan shouted, his face twisted with malice. Hu Lianchai paled. You can't. Let's say the rumors about him are inflated, but that doesn't mean you can beat him. We still don't know what he did to reach such a high position, all by himself too. Moving without the Imperial Tutor and young master's consent will affect the plan. We can't take responsibility for that. I just can't take you. The three nodded, figuring as much. Still, Tuoba Liener continued, then we won't kill him, and we'll just teach him a lesson. Hu Lianchai, you've heard it as well, how brother isn't confident in you 8 wolf wardens. We have to prove him wrong, to wash away this shame as Chuanrong warriors. What if the kid is as godlike as they say? Enough ifs. Rumors always tend to exaggerate. When have you seen someone that strong around? Taking the attacks of two peak radiant stage experts at the third layer of profound heaven stage? That's inhuman. Taubeljener cut him off with a strong objection. Zhao Lahan, with your innate power, you've lived among spiritual beasts deep in the mountains until 20. Can you do it? Do you believe such a ridiculous thing actually took place on this earth? Zhao Lahan shook his head with a smile. Young miss, I don't mean to brag, but I have yet to find someone who can survive my strength. When I entered the radiant stage, I could handle a peak radiant stage body cultivator's attack, while 2 would be somewhat harder. This is why I do not give credence to what Hu Lianchai says about the prick's masterstroke. It is a fantasy, a made-up fairy tale. Yeah. I've met the guy, and even though he is fast at cultivation, that doesn't make him invincible. We're only going to expose the charlatan for who he is and showcase the divine might of Chuanrong. Taubeljener's face was filled with pride, not to mention that bastard was mean to me back in Beast King Mountain. He even stole my stuff, and I'm supposed to just let him get away with it? We Chuanrong are no pushovers. Hu Lianchai nodded. They were warriors who didn't know how to retreat. Of course they'd be sure to vent their mistemper tantrum with no more preamble. Hu Lianchai nodded. All right, young miss, enter my beast holding ring. I'll take you out. Eyes aglint, Taubeljener and the other 2 perked up in a flash of white. Hu Lianchai had them tucked away. Hu Lianchai's figure shimmered, and he soon blended in with nature, moving around like a heat wave. Meanwhile, in the Regent of Prosperity's compound's garden, Zhuofan was sipping green tea under a pavilion. In front of him were a handful of rocks scattered around on the table. Zhuofan was steadily looking at them. Steward Zhuo, what's on your mind? A soft voice broke his reverie, noticing Yun Shuang coming over. The stones had names on them, to which Yun Shuang said, I see, Steward Zhuo is brainstorming how to get out of this impasse. Yeah, the 4 factions, including Chuanrong, are now in a standoff. Zhuofan smiled, sipping his tea, and weighed a rock. Neither side wants the deadlock to persist, looking for a palooka so hard in the head that he'd smash this stalemate wide open. But who'd be willing to become the eye of the storm, the public enemy number 1, whose fate is to be torn to shreds? Yun Shuang looked at him at a loss, scratching her head. Zhuofan smiled. I didn't want to do it, but Shuanger, what I understood from your readings is that all these insidious players have one thing in common: they all want to make me the scapegoat. Such a fate is hard to change, even if I'm willing. Yun Shuang saw the look in his eyes and started to worry. Zhuofan laughed at her look. Relax, since I know heaven's direction, I'll just move against the grain. They want me to become the center of it all, that's fine by me. They'll just have to witness the second coming of Gu Santong. But unlike him, I'm not one to fall so easily. Zhuofan snickered. Yun Shuang sighed. She had yet to get used to seeing his evil grin, but felt at ease knowing Zhuofan had made up his mind. Yongning took this moment to make her presence noticed, in her fashionable and cross-gender, cross-cultural, cross-age, cross-dressing, scholarly get-up. Shuanger, Zhuofan, to celebrate Imperial Father's Centennial Jubilee, the Imperial capital is holding a lantern festival. Let's all go. You sneaked out again? Zhuofan was in no mood, not interested. Yongning deflated and turned to Yun Shuang. As the good sister she was, Yun Shuang knew what Yongning was thinking. Steward Zhuo, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and for 2 weak girls to go alone. Fine, you're an asset I have to protect and keep close. Zhuofan waved to her and shook his head. The girls hid a sneaky smile. Chapter 396, Ambush at Lantern Festival. Chapter 396, Ambush at Lantern Festival. On the night of the Lantern Festival, you couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting someone. With their emperor's birthday fast approaching, The buildings were decorated with lanterns, turning the capital into a breathtaking scene. Many romantics and couples took full advantage of this rare occasion to get together and whisper sweet nothings to their better half. Then again, an exception was almost guaranteed to exist. Sticking out like a sore thumb was a guy with white hair, surrounded by 3 belles and at the admiration of the crowd. Buddy, you're one daring trailblazer on the righteous path of love. We, poor fellows, only date 1 on the night of Lantern Festival, while you've come out with 3. I tip my hat to you, sir. The eerie looks came everywhere he went. Zhuofan's face was twitching looking at the girls with a sigh. Yongning wanted to come with Yun Shuang, but since Luo Yunchang overheard them, she just had to join. She even shot down anyone else who wanted to join them, lest they became a third wheel. A sister, please. Isn't it already a crowd with 3 girls in tow? Zhuofan rolled his eyes, hearing the bubbly girls giggle and chatter. All this time he was sighing and sighing. At some point, a sharp and heavy sound came, followed by a mighty pressure clearly focused on Zhuofan. Dodge. Zhuofan waved at the girls, sweeping them off their feet and sending them 100 meters away. Yongning ended up sputtering dust from the maltreatment. She slapped the ground, getting to her feet, and told him off. Zhuofan, what the hell is wrong with you? She was royally pissed. Here she was taking the guy on a night out and earning some brownie points, and the twit had sent her flying. That's no way to treat a friend, especially a princess. But noticing that Zhuofan was staring at the sky, she did as well and gasped. The other girls paled as well, filled with worry for Zhuofan. A bludgeon, easily 10 meters in diameter, came smashing on Zhuofan's head. On the other end of the mace was Zhao Lahan, with bloodshot eyes and a malignant face. He wanted to flatten Zhuofan in one strike. You pompous cretin, weren't you godlike? Try this on for size. Zhao Lahan cackled inside. The average people participating in the lovely festival shivered all over and scurried for their lives. Where did that meteor come from? It'll ruin the celebration. The ever-cold Zhuofan flicked his Qilin arm, now shining red. Bam! Zhuofan smacked the bludgeon into the pavement, sending an earthquake that flattened anything in its path, destroying the lanterns. The girls flew again from the shock wave, with blood coming from their mouths. Finally recovering their wits after the fall, they found a dozens of meter-wide crater at the epicenter. The golden bludgeon stood there majestic and Zhuofan was buried under it. Zhuofan. The girls' cries went unanswered. Zhao Lahan floated above, pleased as Punch, holding the mace. Ha ha ha, I knew you weren't up to snuff. One smash and I've plastered you. I should have just used a third of my power instead. Zhao Lahan. A figure flashed above the mace. Taubeliener, look what you've done? Didn't we say we're only teaching him a lesson? Why kill him? And there's not even a corpse left. How will we explain this to the others? Shrugging, Zhao Lahan chuckled. It's not my fault that the brat was weak and was posing around with that cocky attitude. What, taking 2 peak radiant stage experts' attacks? That was clearly a lie. If I had known he was a wimp, an average profound heaven cultivator, I'd have used only 1%. Humph, he had it coming. That's besides the point. It was us who acted first. With such a ruckus, our plan, Taubeliener facepalmed. Her rant came to a halt when a casual voice said, "What is your plan?" The two watched the massive bludgeon rocking, unleashing heavy tremors. Why, young miss, that power! Zhao Lahan felt himself being lifted along with his arm. No matter what he did to stop it, the force came from the crater, and he realized that he didn't have enough strength to fight it. This is impossible. Since when did the world have such a mighty being? Zhao Lahan narrowed his eyes and watched Zhuofan lifting the mace up with one hand, like a giant holding the heavens. His casual look gave the feeling that he wasn't even pushing it. Zhuofan. The girls cheered. Taubeliener pointed with a trembling finger. He's still alive and not a scratch on him. Zhao Lahan, use everything to push him back. I already am. Gnashing his teeth, Zhao Lahan's face twisted as he swelled under the strain. But no amount of strength proved to be of any use. Still being unable to budge the mace, Taubeliener paled. looking at Juefan like he was a monster. Can the rumors be true? Does he truly surpass the strongest of our people, Jalahan? She used to think that her father's savage wolf was the strongest person there was. But today, Juefan was handling him like a child. Juefan put on a savage grin. This doesn't look like a good place to chat. That makes this stick an eyesore. With a cold glint, Juefan gripped harder. Crack. Snapping sounds jarred the ears of everyone as the bludgeon was covered in fractures. Juefan added just a hint more oomph, and the giant stick fell into pieces. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The Chuanrong were even more shocked. The purple gold-forged heaven-breaking bludgeon was a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, and this guy used his brawn alone to crush it in his hand. What is he? Jalahan's face was unnatural, to say the least. He had never heard of such freakish power, and was now shocked to his core. As a typical narcissist, he took it upon himself as being the best there was, only to face the harsh and cruel reality. There would always be someone better. Jubilee and Hu Lianchai acted as spectators, scared out of their minds. The rumors didn't even do Juefan's power justice. That damn hearsay is asking us to get beat. In what way is he any weaker? Hu Lianchai felt like crying. His intel gathering had hit a snag again. Juefan drifted over to a panicked Taubeliener, his smile wide and creepy. About that plan of yours, care to fill me in? Gulping, Taubeliener was lost for words in fear. Jalahan sweated buckets, his eyes only reflecting fear. But he wasn't part of the 8 wolf wardens for nothing. He wouldn't give up just like that. It went double for when his young miss was under threat while Juefan was focused on Liener. He took out an identical bludgeon. After a short wind-up, he socked Juefan's head with it. Juefan never even looked, merely flicking it away in pieces while the weapon's owner's arm snapped from the power running through the crumbling bludgeon. Jalahan still hadn't woken up to smell the roses. A mere wave from Juefan broke Chuanrong's best warrior's arm like a twig. This freak is not human. He is worse than a spiritual beast. Jalahan's arm dangled while he sweated like a pig. His heart was consumed by fear and in denial of what was right in front of him. It took a long time for it to sink in, the fear, the dread, the futility of it all. Taubeliener gave the wretched Jalahan a long look, then looked at the grinning Juefan. The poor girl was about to cry. She was really regretting it now, messing with a monster without rhyme or reason. Jubilee at the side had his bow and arrow primed, aimed between Juefan's eyes. He was also soaked in sweat. It was Sky-Piercing Wolf's first time facing such a thorn. Chapter 397, The Tragic Case of the Divine Archer. Chapter 397, The Tragic Case of the Divine Archer. Whoosh! Flashes of golden ripped the sky, each one going for Juefan. Upon a closer look, those golden lights were nothing more than golden arrows. They pierced the clouds, surging with relentless power and, what's more, were in the hundreds. It was beyond comprehension how one man could shoot so many arrows. And those weren't your run-of-the-mill arrows either, but 5th-grade spiritual weapons. Each arrow was locked onto Juefan's vitals. Even before they arrived, Juefan already got the feeling of turning into a pincushion. That Sky-Piercing Wolf's ultimate skill, 9th Heaven Impaler? Raising an eyebrow just a smidge, Juefan nodded. Not bad. He does have the skill of a divine archer to be able to injure Dugujantian. Taubeliener looked grave. Why, you know Jubilee. Sure, I heard of him from my young master. And he heard it from his foster brothers, 4 tigers of Tianyu. Juefan smiled. Miss Liener, now don't go thinking only you do your homework. Our side likes gossip too. Of course I got to hear of our dear friend's remarkable skill. Juefan lifted his right arm towards the incoming rain of arrows. It shone red and he grinned. His bow and arrow can be as strong as he likes, but they still won't ever get to best my sacred arm. Taubeliener realized he knew everything about them. Taking him by surprise was nigh impossible now. A darn shame Jubilee was the exception. Humph, posh prick, people don't just pace around, they improve. Everything you know about us is outdated. Taubeljener snickered, grabbing Jalahan and flying away. Zhuofan was at a loss, seeing her pull some distance, and then it happened. The shining arrow rain split in every direction. They surrounded Zhuofan and only then shot towards him. Now Zhuofan had no way to dodge. Being at the center of an imploding sphere of arrows, any weakness Zhuofan had would be most clearly struck. His two beast fists were in no way capable of defending every inch of him. Either he was at death's door. Ha ha ha, see that rotten jerk, that's Jubilee's newest ultimate, 1000 Arrow Focal. This is his first time using it on the field. Try and block that. Taubeljener was delighted in Zhuofan's plight. The girls below were worried sick. The smile on Jubile grew and grew. He knew exactly what this move could do. Each arrow was a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, each fired at full power, and now had the guy surrounded. It was impossible to make a perfect dodge or block. Even if Zhuofan survived, he'd be in a world of pain. This is called flawless archery. Jubile had moved himself by what he had accomplished. Using his newest ultimate on a super expert like Zhuofan was the best field test. Zhuofan wasn't that thrilled. He sighed and dropped his hand. Word on the street is that 9th Heaven Impaler is incredible. I thought of giving it a shot and to see how my arm fares. Yet instead I'm stuck with some 1000 arrow something. How droll. Jubile almost spat blood. His toil and sweat in creating this ultimate skill had earned a huge ixnay by Zhuofan's evaluation. His heart couldn't take it. Humph, ignorant sad sack, we'll see who's crying later. Taubeljener stuck out her head, having the same reaction. Humph, cut the act. You may be strong, but not even you can fend off this attack. You're finished. The sparkling arrows were this close to prick Zhuofan, not that he cared. How about a bet? If even one arrow touches me, my head is yours. If not, I ask Miss to be kind enough to explain that little plan of yours. Fine. Taubeljener was incensed, replying on the spot. While Jalahan was panicking, young Miss Liener dissed him with a wave. The glittering arrows were now a meter away from Zhuofan. There was no way he could get out of that, not when they covered all exits. Taubeljener thought this bet was a foregone conclusion. Jalahan nodded as well, snickering inside. The kid is strong, but not capable of avoiding all of that. Young Miss will win by a landslide. But their next reaction was, Holy Mother of God, how can he do this? Zhuofan squinted, a soul ripple flashed, and he picked up on Jubile hiding behind a tree 1,000 meters out. Jubile sensed it as well and knew that Zhuofan had found him. Though he wasn't afraid, the arrows were this close to turning Zhuofan into a pincushion. He had bigger things to worry about than the shooter. Under the shocked and disbelieving gazes, Zhuofan lifted his right arm like a king and snapped his fingers just as the first arrow reached his chest, demanding, Go! Whoosh! The hundreds of arrows disappeared, appearing 1,000 meters away, aimed at Jubilee's hidey hole. What the hell? Jubile was scared out of his mind and dropped all demeanor, now surrounded by his own attack with blasts galore. Each arrow went for where it hurt. Flashes streaked the night sky on and off, in tune with the wails of agony in between. Venturing a guess, it was safe to assume that the divine archer had no friggin' clue how the hell this had happened. His first lab rat for his newest ultimate was himself. Something black and smoking plopped onto the ground, twitching now and then, squirting blood from God knew where. All that was secondary though. What mattered was the gibberish coming from his mouth, with shock reflecting clearly in his eyes, more or less along the lines of cursing and wailing. Zhuofan's right eye's golden halo subsided and he laughed. Ha ha ha, a true sky-piercing wolf and a flawless aim. Every last one of those hundreds of arrows hit true. I bow before the master. Taubeljener and Jalahan were slack-jawed. Their minds were spewing curses, obscenities and vulgarity faster than that divine archer's shot. What just happened? What did he do? Oh God! Lost was the look of confidence and pride on the two. All they could express was fear and shock. Where the hell did he come from? The arrows just turned on their own maker without so much as a warning. How in blazes is that even possible? Zhuofan smiled his creepy grin. Miss Lianer, it appears that we have a winner in our little bet. I do hope you'll concede. Gulping, the two faltered away from Zhuofan. Looking at him like he was a monster, hell itself spat out Zhuofan wasn't just brawn, but armed with fancy tricks. Now they realized how true Zhuge Changfeng's warning rang. He had cleaved through the 7 houses by himself so far for a damn good reason. Sweet mother of mercy, just who in hell would ever mess with this freak? They even praised Regent Estates balls for actually fighting this guy for so long. Miss Lianer, there are 2 kinds of people I abhor. The overconfident ones and weasels. You've checked the first type. Now I hope, for your sake, you won't make the mistake of checking the second. I may have to actually get serious. Zhuofan stared them down. Taoba Lianer's heart was in pain. Zhuofan had appropriated all of her shaping spring back in Beast King Mountain, and along with all those ingredients on top, leaving her high and dry, and now he had the cheek to preach to her about Welchers. This guy was a filthy skeeve. Xiaolahan was turning red, wanting to plunge his head into something, anything. He was Chuanrong's finest in terms of strength, cleaning the battlefield like a reaper on his day off. Yet this invincible and prideful warrior had just stepped out for a second to put a profound heaven bugger in his place. But lo and behold, the awe-inspiring savage wolf was taught a lesson in humility instead. His prideful heart found it hard to even beat, but what could you do, eh? This world was based on power. If the guy had you beat and said you were a disgrace, then that answered that. You could be in denial all you want, but you better damn well sit back and take it. If you know what's good for you. Or you could always retort. But was your fist tougher? Didn't think so compared to Tianyu, who practiced righteousness. The Chuanrong revered the strong. In front of Zhuofan's power, the two couldn't get a word in. At least the average second generation would be looking for a backer right about now, like, my dad's the mayor, or something. But wait, the Chuanrong despise such things. A loss was a loss, regardless of how, to the point that they weren't even shouting out the fact that they were delegates, with diplomatic immunity. Kill me. Taoba Lianer stuck out her neck. Stubborn as a mule. Zhuofan grinned, his fingers crackling. Are you sure that you want to test me? You may be the Chuanrong delegation, finding jaywalking normal. But when going after the best steward beneath heavens, I have the right to judge you. Zhuofan's fist flashed red, his killing intent skyrocketing. Chapter 398 Expose. Chapter 398 Expose. Steward Zhuo, please stop. An anxious shout came as Zhuofan's bloodthirst grew and grew. Zhuge Changfeng rushed over with some men. They're the Chuanrong delegation. No matter what they are accused of, charging them isn't so simple. Zhuofan eyed him. Prime Minister Zhuge, by the looks of things, you know what they're up to. Then you must also realize that they came here to kill me. Steward Zhuo, please listen. They have come to solve their private matters. It has nothing to do with politics. You know what will happen if you kill them. That is not something you'd want. Zhuge Changfeng knew from a mile away that Zhuofan was no saint, willing to forgive and forget. So instead of appealing to his non-existing humanity, Zhuge Changfeng baited him with cold hard benefits. If you let them go, I promise they will be of use to Steward Zhuo one day. You are an intelligent man. I needn't say more. Zhuofan was pondering. Zhuge Changfeng pointed out that the delegation were all in close relation with Commander Tuoba Taizhan at the border. If they died in Tianyu, the old man would march his army down south. That would mean two things. First, the doer would be the culprit. With Zhuofan killing them, his head would be the only thing that could appease him. But would Zhuofan just hand it over like that? No way in hell, and the Chuanrong would take advantage of the chaos in Tianyu and invade. The emperor definitely didn't want that, so he'd choose the second option. One that would let the emperor sleep with peace of mind. If Chuanrong invaded, the whole of Tianyu shall resist it, the 8 houses and the 4 pillars included. As for you, Zhuofan, the culprit behind it all, I'll let this go, but go out there and fight. fight till your last breath and bleed out on the battlefield. The Emperor would not only have all the other factions weakened in the name of Tianyu's safety, he'd also showcase Tianyu's power and give the Chuanrong a lesson they will not soon forget. It would end up with everyone being the loser except the Emperor. Now that right there was a classic case of the fisherman. Zhuge Fan clenched his fists, then relaxed his killing intent. Zhuge Changfeng eased a breath, knowing Zhuge Fan still cared about the big picture. It's so nice to talk to smart people. Before he finished though, Zhuge Fan's snicker had something to say. Right, Prime Minister, sir, this time you owe me. I'll be sure to collect it in due time. Zhuge Changfeng let out a strained laughter. The kid sure knows how to take advantage. He knows letting them live is in his best interest, yet he is saying that he only did it for me. Then again, with how close he was to the Chuanrong, Zhuge Fan's words weren't that far off. All right, I owe you one. I will do my all when you need me. Zhuge Fan nodded. His eyes flashing, Zhuge Fan dumped his hostages in Zhuge Changfeng's care, walking away like the average bystander. The four scheming demons had heard the commotion and scampered over on the double. But seeing that the party was a bust, they slumped into depression. Ah, we were late for the fun. Zhuge Fan glanced over at them and thought, perfect timing. Dumping the trio of babes in their hands, he went to take care of his own matters with the Lantern Festival. Ruined buildings in shambles, people running scared, and nothing else to see here. The girls went home. Zhuge Fan watched Zhuge Changfeng's Chuanrong with a twisted smile. His right eye flashed golden and he was gone. Whoosh. Two shadows popped up the next second in Zhuge Fan's place, looking all over. God damn it! The rotten brat moves around without logic with his twisted skill. Just how are we supposed to follow? Let's just report back to the captain. We've just been given the damn slip. The other shadow was gone. The first one left just as quickly in this desolate area, even though no one was in sight. The earth squirmed from time to time. 2 hours later, in the garrison, Zhuge Changfeng sported a dark look facing Tuoba Lufeng and Han Tianma. Next to him were the ashamed Taoba Lianer and Zhao Lahan, with a broken arm, something black as night rested on the bed. It was only when Lianer said that that thing was sky-piercing wolf Jubilee did they actually believe it being let in on the whole story. The two were left speechless. Chuanrong's brave warriors, 8 Wolf Warden's second and third team members, did a joint attack and were flicked back with practiced ease. And the opponent even strolled away like nothing happened. If not for Zhuge Changfeng's timely arrival, they'd be dead by now. Tuoba Lufeng didn't set out to cast blame on the trio, but instead was overwhelmed by the cruel affair. Zhuge Fan was an abomination. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. I warned you not to step on his toes. And yet you. Forgive us, Prime Minister Zhuge, I failed in teaching my sister. I will make sure this never happens again. Tuoba Lufeng bowed, glaring at Lianer and Zhao Lahan until their faces were red from shame. As for Jubilee, he was just laying there, in his blackness. The earth squirmed and Hu Lianchai came out. He gave his salute and said, Prime Minister, sir, Zhuge Fan had a tale like you predicted. But he is truly remarkable. I don't know how he did it, but he even left me behind, not just those two. The 2 tales left to report instead of following you here. Ha ha ha, they're His Majesty's men all right. But that kid sure is cunning and sly like a fox. There may very well be no one in Tianyu capable of following him. Those 2 guys were merely trying their luck. Zhuge Changfeng mocked and praised. Obscure wolf, you are quite smart yourself to come to me first for help. Good, very good. Prime Minister, sir, that Zhuge Fan was too much of a monster. I was afraid of being wiped out and thought only sir could help. Without Prime Minister Zhuge's help, my sister and my men would have been slaughtered at the hands of that twisted maniac. As a brother and young commander, I express my deepest gratitude. Tuoba Lufeng gave a 90-degree down angle bow. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Young master, there's no need. Even without my interference, Zhuge Fan wouldn't have killed them. Tuoba Lufeng was lost, but sister said his killing intent was actually visible. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. He is not feared for his brawn, but for his insidious and twisted mind. His savage routine was all to draw me out. The one who comes out to save you first is bound to be the one closest to you. I presume that even His Majesty knows about our connection now. What? Tuoba Lufeng cried, what do we do now? Zhuge Changfeng said, it's fine. The difference between overt and covert schemes is that the latter will never see the light of day. While the former does not have such limitations, it won't change a thing even if they do know. The events will continue to play out like normal. I can no longer stop them. But wouldn't it have been better if we weren't exposed? Tuoba Lufeng sighed. Prime Minister sir, why did you come out knowing Zhuofan's intent? Zhuge Changfeng's brow trembled and he spoke in a dark tone, because I couldn't gamble whether Zhuofan act or not and chose to play it safe. I have read many people in my life, but only 2 have failed to open to me like a book. He is one of them. Everyone was stunned. Zhuge Changfeng was known as the best mind in Tianyu, yet he couldn't see through a brash kid. Zhuge Changfeng smiled in reply to their thoughts. I caught a glimpse of him before the esoteric debate, but ever since after the event, he is closed to me. Or it may be that I don't even want to see. Because in that battle, he had done terrible and unimaginable things. What? Taubeljener lit up. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. He lost his mind over a girl. It was my first time seeing him like this. In his madness, he had executed some of the most savage ploys, ending with the death of Regent Estate's eldest young master and plunging the Luo clan into the twisted world of politics before its time. All of these were rash and ill-advised choices. He was sure of it as well, but made them anyway. From that moment, unwanted contriver could no longer read him, and I do not dare fathom his train of thoughts. No one can grasp when he's going to snap or play it cool. Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath. You now know why I exposed myself and why I had to save you. It is impossible for me to tell if his actions are driven by lunacy or insidious lull. Han Tianma and the rest sighed, scared by a man who was too unbalanced or unreadable to guess what his next action would be. Meanwhile, Zhuofan went to a tea-house to meet with a black robe. Chapter 399, Sensitive Talk. Chapter 399, Sensitive Talk. January 1, 2022. Zhuofan used discerning field to scan for any nosy neighbors. Only then did he walk into the tea-house and sat across from the black robe. Who knew this day would come when you'd ask me out? The black robe kept his hood low, hiding his features. Zhuofan smiled. We're all old friends in a way. Chatting around a cup of tea after so long is pretty normal. Cut the act. You know it well enough that our grudge can't be mitigated. We never had any friendly chats. The black robe sipped his tea, his words cold. Zhuofan giggled. Well, looky here, how you've improved. Think I can't snap your head right here, right now? Yes, I do. The man shook his head. You would have long killed me by now, otherwise. I am not your match. But since I've answered your invitation, I'm sure you didn't come here just to finish me off. Zhuofan grinned. I see you've done some growing up over the past years. Not just a conniving mentality, but nerves too, just like that old demon back in the day. Shuddering, the black robe's grip on the teacup tensed, yet he continued sipping the green tea. I'll keep it nice and simple. The report I have from my house's spies puts you in a precarious position, at a crossroad. And have you come to threaten me with it? The black robe's cold tone cut Zhuofan off. See how much good will that do? My 2 employers agree on my choice. You won't be using that on me anytime soon. You've pegged me all wrong. I didn't come here to threaten you, instead just to talk. If you're interested, Zhuofan stared hard at him. How about a 3-way crossroad? Mind considering taking a step towards the Luo clan as well? Shuddering, the man cried in disbelief. What did you say? I think I was clear enough. Zhuofan chuckled. A sly person always has a fallback. Why not get one extra? For you, it comes with no downsides. Don't tell me you haven't been considering it? You're insane. We're enemies. The black robe roared, slapping the table. I'll never help you. Zhuofan mocked. You're so outdated. Very. This will probably be the highest you can go. What did you say? Nothing really. Before the esoteric debate, I met Zhuge Changfeng and talked. He asked me, I and Ling Wuchang scheme for our own personal gains, so why do you stay a mere steward to a rundown third-rate clan? My answer was simple. My ambitions go beyond his. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with malice. The way I see it, be it some unwanted contriver or the greatest mind of this empire, I will always be better. As for you, you're not even at their level. Your scope is tiny. Shuddering, the black robe dazed out. His mind drifted. Zhuofan just sat there, waiting. He sighed at one point and stood up. I see that you still don't understand. Never mind then, I don't have the time to wait for you to catch up. One moment. The man stopped him and said, Tianyu is on the brink of anarchy. What promises do I have that your Luo clan will come out on top? If I were to say because yours truly is around, Luo clan will have the last laugh, you probably won't believe me, so. Grinning, Zhuofan said, I will let you stay at the three-way crossroad. You will have the luxury to pick the winning side. The man replied after a pause, You don't expect me to burn the other two bridges to take yours, do you? Of course not. You're no fool and won't do it even if I tell you to. Everyone is selfish. If the Luo clan falls, you still have the other two, right? Zhuofan had an uncanny smile, like a nice uncle handing candy to children. The black robe nodded. If there are no conflicts of interest, I am open to cooperation. Splendid. It can't be simpler. I won't need you to do something hard anyway. Just do this at the right time and you're in. Zhuofan whispered in his ear. The black robe froze, then watched him stunned. Have you lost it? Literally everyone is trying to do anything to not take that wretched and doomed fate. Yet you want to jump right in and be the center of it all? Who do you think you are, Gu Santong? Shrugging, Zhuofan said, What else can I do? Everyone is out to get me. Well, someone's gotta do it. The man held his gaze, then nodded, praising, Now I understand how you've climbed so far. To others you are ruthless, but a savage to yourself. From what you want of me, I can guess this much. Zhuofan is Zhuofan, specialized in turning the world upside down. Ha ha ha, please, I'm blushing. Then, to our healthy relationship. Zhuofan put his hand out with a smile. The black robe grabbed it with a clap and left into the night. Zhuofan grinned before leaving as well. Meanwhile, in a refined pavilion, Ling Wuchang was enjoying some fine wine in peace, and quiet a pop sounded and there came Zhuofan. Out of the blue, Ling Wuchang wasn't fazed in the least. He even offered him a drink and a smile. Steward Zhuo, it's been a while. What could have brought upon this invitation? Ha ha ha, a scheming mastermind like Sir Ling can't take a gander? Zhuofan giggled. Ling Wuchang shook his head, enjoying the wine. Ha ha ha, I may venture one on the rest of the masses, but when it comes to Steward Zhuo's treachery, since the esoteric debate, I have stopped taking wild guesses. I ask that you be plain. I shall be terse then. I have invited Sir for a simple question. Go on. Ling Wuchang waved casually. Sir Ling, what do you wish to accomplish by staying in the Regent estate for all these years? Did you grasp it? Zhuofan asked. Ling Wuchang's cup shook, his reply bitter. Steward Zhuo, don't patronize me, please. I was on the brink of taking it for myself, but then you came along, and all my plans went up in smoke. Can you blame me? If it weren't me, then Prime Minister Zhuge. If not Prime Minister Zhuge, the still tough emperor. Fine, fine, just say your piece. Ling Wuchang grew impatient. Zhuofan turned serious. Sir Ling, you have toiled in the Regent estate for decades with the prize nowhere in sight. Perhaps you may have an easier time down at the Luo clan? What? Ling Wuchang jumped, then cracked up. Steward Zhuo, you've now come to steal me away? Sorry to disappoint, but what I want is something you can't understand. Moreover, the Luo clan has you. Won't adding me make it crowded? And if I'm not in the Luo clan? Squinted Zhuofan Ling Wuchang cried. There's no way that can happen. Following with a shake of his head, if Steward Zhua is out of the Luo clan, that house will fall apart. There'll be no point. Ha ha ha, since I plan on leaving, I will make sure to get everything ready and not let it scatter in the wind. To complete my project, I need the help of someone. Zhuofan spoke heavily. Sir Ling, Prime Minister Zhuge once said that you and him are the right hand of leaders, but each with their own agenda. I do not know what Prime Minister Zhuge's aim is, but I do have a theory about yours. Do you remember telling me how with the three of us together, nothing can stop us? It got me thinking. You may appear conceited, but you wish to prove yourself, to stand out. I am giving you the chance, now, to take all the credit. Zhuofan whispered in Ling Wuchang's ear. Ling Wuchang's calm slowly gave way to shock, and then his eyes became bugged out. Steward Zhua, that's a huge undertaking. You plan on uniting the continent? Ling Wuchang asked, still in shock. Zhuofan smiled. Never dreamed of it. I am not a schemer at heart, but a cultivator yearning for the Tao. While Sir Ling is more than eager to have such a grand achievement. Ling Wuchang nodded with a frown. Yes, this is the greatest achievement of all times. But with Regent Estate's legacy, it's no problem grasping it. Why then do you insist on having me turn to the Luo clan? Because that's where I am. And there are some things only I can provide. Zhuofan put on a mysterious smile. I won't force Sir Ling to make a decision now. All you have to do is a nudge from you at the right moment and you'll be on board. As for the future, you can help the Regent Estate as its steward in any way you wish. And if the Luo clan falls, you won't be feeling any repercussions. Ling Wuchang gave a nod. Zhuofan smiled, whispering sensitive matters in his ears. All the pieces were in play, and all that was left was to wait for him, a fate changer and an anomaly, to unleash anarchy. Chapter 400 Centennial Jubilee. Chapter 400 Centennial Jubilee. 5 days later, Tianyu's emperor held his Centennial Jubilee. The world was at peace, the clans were attending, the Chuanrong delegation came bearing gifts, and the 8 noble houses were present. The entire nation was in celebration. Zhuofan, who hardly ever cleaned up his act, was positively radiating, looking handsome and charming. Though one thing he couldn't get rid of was his trademark evil smile. The celebration is the beginning of the end. Just wait and see. Humph. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and he left the house. Luo clan's members were already waiting and their eyes lit up on his arrival. With Zhuofan being so lazy and uncaring of his image as usual, seeing him all freshened up and dressed was a remarkable sight. Luo Yunchang and Yun Shuang's eyes sparkled. He. Steward Zhuo, are you going on a date? Looking at you all spruced up, I wonder how many ladies' hearts are you gonna steal? Captain Pang laughed. Luo Yunhai nodded while Zhuofan had a vague smile. It is His Majesty's anniversary today. How could I not dress the part to show my utmost respect? Anyhow, he did make me the best steward beneath heavens. Brother Zhuo, you don't usually mind such niceties. How is it that today, Captain Pang was lost? Zhuofan shook his head, turning to Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, no matter what happens, you mustn't panic. As a clan head, the least you must have is a steady mind. Luo Yunhai nodded, clueless as he was. As for you, dwarfs, do you still remember what I told you last night? Zhuofan snapped to the 4 scheming demons, laughing. The 4 pygmies were determined. Steward Zhuo, if there's one thing we're good at, it's that. Ha ha ha. What's that? Zhuofan, what are you up to now? Luo Yunchang asked. Zhuofan shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. Come on. Luo Yunchang could only look at him in suspicion, following the others. When the time came to take the carriage to Imperial Palace, instead of taking a ride with Yunhai and her, like usual, He shared one with Yuan Shuang. This left her stunned and crestfallen. Yuan Shuang jerked. Her cheeks blushed and she was about to refuse. But the jerk that Zhuofan always was, entered the carriage without a care and even pulled her close with an evil grin. Shuanger, is something wrong or do you not like my company? Not at all. But shouldn't you go with young miss? She neither had been on the Luo clan's premises for a couple of days, nor was born yesterday. It was obvious to her that Luo Yunchang was carrying a torch for Zhuofan, while Zhuofan, being the steward and Luo Yunchang being the master, complemented each other. While she, the outsider, felt quite awkward getting so close with another's man, Zhuofan didn't mind it in the least, wearing the same snickering smile. You should get used to it then. We will be spending many days together in the future. What? Yuan Shuang stared at Zhuofan, cheeks blazing. She couldn't make sense of his words and her heart was jumping to conclusions one beat at a time. Her heart got so fast that it felt like it had burst out of her chest. Zhuofan sat there calmly, wearing the same all-knowing look. Luo clan's convoy was going down the imperial capital's main street en route to the imperial palace. The crown prince was waiting at the gates along with his two brothers. Yuan Yong grinned. Crown prince nodded and the second prince's face twitched. There was a distinct possibility that he recalled a particularly painful event for his mood to sink. The other two knew why, of course, choosing to ignore him and proceeding to welcome the guests. Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang came out of the first carriage. The princes looked inside at the empty ride and wondered, "Where's Steward Zhuo?" Zhuofan walked out of the second carriage, leading a blushing Yuan Shuang by the hand. The two princes jumped to conclusions on the spot. Luo Yunchang was staring daggers at the couple, her heart consumed by jealousy. When did they get so close? Sigh, some outstanding men have so much appeal, everyone wants them. Nobody noticed the second prince in the corner, showing an odd look seeing the two princes so close to the couple. Brother Zhuo, you're an eminent romantic. Every time I see you, you're holding a bell in each arm. Mind letting this bachelor in on your little secret? His largeness sighed. Zhuofan merely waved. Fatty, I'll be frank here. Everything before was a lie, while only today is real. Yuan Shuang blushed harder, her heart frantic. When did Steward Zhuo have such feelings for me? Luo Yunchang shuddered, her mind blown. It was the first time Zhuofan was open about his feelings, never speaking of them even in front of Chu Qingqing. Why is he suddenly baring his soul for a lady he had met not a month ago? Is it because she bears a striking resemblance to Ninger? Luo Yunchang felt bitter as the crown prince laughed. Congratulations, Steward Zhuo. Holy maiden and a hero make for a match made in heaven, ha ha ha. Zhuofan held his head high, with a confident smile. Yuan Shuang was already riper than a tomato. Lowering her head in confusion, she still didn't understand what had just happened. When did I and Steward Zhuo become an item? Please, this way. The crown prince flourished. Zhuofan led Yuan Shuang in front, entering the grand hall. He noticed the other houses, and Zhuge Chongfeng and Dugu Zhantian were all there. Even the Chuanrong delegation was present. Glancing at the still pale Zhao Lahan and Zhibi, Zhuofan put on a savage smile. Bringing out the fear in their eyes, Han Tianma and Tuoba Lufeng scanned him, getting shocked by the second. It was hard to fathom how a young man like Zhuofan possessed such godlike power. He had to be taken out yesterday. The problem was finding the means to carry this act out. Steward Zhuo, a new fling, I see. An odd voice jarred Zhuofan's eardrums. It was Drifting Flowers Edifice's peony overseer. She took Chu Qingqing's place in expressing her total objection with fiery and angry eyes. Peony, silence. Don't be rude. Grandmother glared at her and then smiled at Zhuofan. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, don't mind her temper. How could I? She is right after all. I do have a new fling. Zhuofan pulled Yuan Shuang's hand for emphasis, flashing past the people and towards the Luo clan's lavish seats, making sure to seat Yuan Shuang right next to him. His act made all the girls frown with envy. Secondly, Yuan Shuang was blushing even harder, being showered by the Drifting Flowers Edifice's stares. She couldn't meet their gazes. feeling shameful for doing something she shouldn't. Like snatching Juefan away the thing was, she was clueless towards whatever that was going on here. Juefan being the main perpetrator, and so, Yun Shuang sat on pins and needles, looking crushed next to Juefan. Her eyes were even tearing up the houses. Officials and the delegation took their seats soon after, followed by the princes going in front. The crown prince smiled. Ha ha ha, today is my imperial father's Centennial Jubilee, a national holiday. All of you coming here, especially Chuanrong's delegation coming from afar, have brought much honor with your presence. A grand occasion for Tianyu and Chuanrong to join hands. Rolling his eyes, Tuobel Yofeng's side wasn't used to Tianyu's customs, preaching hypocrisies and all that. All I hear is that we've come to celebrate, that it's you who are the winners in this. And you're even thankful? What kind of joke is this? No one understood that in Tianyu, the emperor ruled supreme. You newcomers have come bearing gifts for the emperor, giving him prestige. Of course we'd take advantage of you. Why else do you think you're standing here? Faced with such tangled logic, the terse Chuanrong could never wrap their heads around it. While the crown prince brushed up on his oratory skills, singing praises and all that, in the imperial study, the emperor in his best clothes was putting on a mean face, ready to join the festivities. Is everyone here? The emperor's eyes flashed a shadow. Kneeled. Your Majesty, they are. Please give us orders. Good, I can finally see the end of this game. With carefree steps, the smiling emperor walked up to his desk and did a checkmate. The secret pearl order from 1,000 years ago is finally implemented. Tianyu is mine after all. Making a fist, the emperor turned and briskly walked towards the hall with the servants in tow. Woo! Finally we made it to 400. Chapter 401, Lands of Our Nation. Chapter 401, Lands of Our Nation. His Majesty has arrived, the sharp voice announced. The emperor in his dragon robe walked through the center of the hall with large confident steps, followed by dozens of guards. The princes stepped aside in a respectful bow. Be it the officials, the houses or Chuanrong delegation, everyone stood up and bowed to the man's glorious and stern countenance. The emperor took his seat on the throne and his eyes roamed the crowd. Today is my birthday, a day to celebrate for the entire nation. Everyone is welcome to the festivities, as are the far-away Chuanrong delegation. Take your seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. May you live a long and prosperous life. Everyone bowed again before sitting. The crown prince came before the emperor with a salute and a bow. The entire empire is in jubilation of your anniversary, imperial father. I have also prepared a special gift for this unique occasion. May your Majesty live a long and prosperous life. Oh, Crown Prince has always been wise. I would like to see this gift. It must be a truly remarkable item. Ha ha ha, the emperor laughed. Bring it forth. Two servants lifted a painting and unveiled it before the crowd. Masterstrokes of the pen, a poignant ink smell and flamboyant writing were presented. The painting showed lofty mountains and vibrant rivers, so vivid they could practically jump out of the paper. In the right corner was written Danqing Shen in bold strokes. To Oba Lufeng cried out, "Is that mad painter Xing, the best in the western lands, the lands of our nation masterpiece?" "Correct, young Master Tauba has a good eye. It is indeed one of Senior's rare heirlooms, lands of our nation." Crown Prince grinned, looking at the guests in pride. Juefan didn't get it. What was so great about some brushwork? In a world where might made one right, what was an egghead painter supposed to be worth? He would soon find out, though, just how valuable and shocking this painting was. Everyone knows, be it Chuanrong or Tianyu, that the western lands hold a tiny and insignificant little kingdom. Yet 8 centuries ago, a talent was born in the same kingdom. Not only did his power surpass the kingdom's, but he was a scholar fascinated by painting, excelling in pen and sword. He alone had overcome 10 great sects, becoming the uncontested #1. Everyone was watching Crown Prince, Their ears focused. Every clan with even an ounce of renown had heard of this legend. But no one took it to be true, that a man like that was a painter. As for the newcomer Juefan, he was oblivious to it all, but every single man here held deep respect for such an unworldly expert, so he listened as well. Crown Prince cleared his throat, basking in the gazes of everyone. Legend has it that he drew one incomparable masterpiece, the lands of our nation. In those days, he watched his lands in turmoil, and a crazy ambition was born from his obsession with painting. And anyone who brings this painting to him will have their dearest wish fulfilled, even helping them establish their own nation. Everyone was startled. With Western Land's first expert's help, one could have all the lands he wanted. Even the entire West. Tuoba Lufeng was grave, trembling each time he watched the scroll. If the legend turns true, that means Tianyu has a deadly weapon. We have to have it. Tuoba Lufeng and Han Tiama's eyes met, and they gave each other a secret nod. A casual voice was heard. Your Highness, where is this Danqing Shin now? Of. The Crown Prince turned to Juefan, cleared his throat once and said subdued, They say the senior has been missing for 8 centuries, and no one has found any clues of him since. TCH. Juefan mocked, What damn use does a damn painting have if you can't find the right damn person? Laughter burst all over. Juefan was blunt as a birch stump, but made damn sense too. The guy was gone for 800 years, so getting his painting wouldn't get you an inch of land. It was only good for showing off. Tuoba Lufeng and Han Tiama paused. How could an expert gone missing 8 centuries ago appear? In the end, the painting was just that, a piece of paper with ink on it. It posed no threat. The Crown Prince's cheeks burned, glaring at Juefan. For God's sake, you've upstaged me. I gave you all those treasures for nothing. The way the Crown Prince figured, this gift was useless, but using the legend around it, he would show off and earn his daddy's attention. But one simple line from Juefan had ruined everything. Now the Imperial Father will mock my gift. Though his heart was a mess, the Emperor was calm. Crown Prince, I understand your good intentions for me, the people and the land. Using disreputable means to gain land won't last the test of time. The painting may not be practical, but it is a work of art. I shall accept it. Thank you, Imperial Father, for your guidance. Crown Prince bowed, gratified that the Emperor got him out of that mortifying moment. Present the reward. The Emperor said. The closest servant brought the Crown Prince a case containing a jade scepter. Crown Prince, you are my eldest and I wish for you to be safe and have all your dreams come true. Thank you, Imperial Father. Crown Prince made a deep bow, touched to the core. Juefan mocked, How touched can you be when a lame scepter won't even get you a mountain? It was the second prince's turn to come forth. May Imperial Father be as content as the sea, your rule as long as a mountain's. This gift of mine is a token of my appreciation and sincerity. His hand flashed and a 9-foot-long heaven-drawn halberd smashed the ground, shaking the feast. The guards' response was quick in posing themselves before the Emperor. Only at his casual wave did they withdraw. Child, what? The Emperor's beard shook, sighing inside. My second son has always been filled with valor, yet not an ounce of propriety. Second Prince proudly declared, Imperial Father, this is heaven-piercing cloud halberd. An 8th-grade spiritual weapon, a rare find that I have toiled much to bring to you. Be that as it may, what am I to do with this toy, son? The Emperor's pained voice came. Second Prince froze. Of course I've brought it for your safety, Imperial Father. Isn't that obvious? Or rather, you would stick to the elder brother's side, but not mine. Second Prince turned glum. Imperial Father, this 8th-grade spiritual weapon is far better than my eldest brother's painting. Juefan snorted and rolled his eyes. Everyone watched the second prince with a heavy look. Dude, sure your toothpick is better than Crown Prince's paper, but you need to think of the circumstances. Today's Emperor's anniversary, so you brought him a weapon to hail him long life? It would have worked for Marshal Dugu though. You are getting off easy being the Emperor's son. Anyone else would have got the chopping block by now. The Emperor sighed and shook his head, forcing a nod. I accept your gift. But I am unable to use it, so I will bestow it to you. I hope that it may help you in defending Tianyu and strike at the heart of its enemies. Two servants pulled the halberd from the floor and presented it back to the second prince. Second prince grew flustered. Wait, Imperial Father, that's the same as not taking my gift. Is my 8th grade spiritual weapon less than the elder brother's painting? Please reconsider, Imperial Father. The Emperor's face hardened and his eyes grew cold. Younger, remember this. What I give you, you will accept without question. What I don't give you, don't ever try to take it. Am I clear? Shuddering, the second prince could feel the Emperor's bloodthirst on his skin and nodded in fear. He withdrew while holding the halberd. The Emperor perked up and nodded, but the mood was ruined, with the guests having lost their jovial air. They had witnessed the Son of Heaven's cruel and savage power. The Emperor was not the mild and tempered old man, but a savage beast ready to jump out of that decrepit skin. Chapter 402 Engagement. Chapter 402 Engagement. Songer, you're always running to and fro, gaining knowledge with every trip. I'm sure there are many oddities you've collected along the way. I am very eager to see what you have for me. 2 princes down and 1 to go. Now that the third prince's turn had arrived, his largeness fat body was planted firmly in his chair. The Emperor looked at him oddly and teased. The chubby trembled, wiped his ever-sweaty brow and wobbled to his feet before the Emperor with a bright smile. Imperial Father, I actually planned on giving you a great gift, top grade in fact. Of perfect design and quality. To the point. The Emperor's face darkened. The tubby wiped his oily hands, sweat falling down his brow like torrential rain, and took a coy tone. But I recalled Imperial Father's teachings. All the lands belong to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects. So what could I possibly give the Imperial Father when everything in this world is already yours? Anything that I would offer would be taking the Imperial Father's item only to return it. There is nothing in this world truly mine to give. As such, the Emperor's eyes grew colder. Swallowing dryly, the fatty wiped more sweat before saying, As such, Imperial Father, you must understand. Humph, of course I do. At my Centennial Jubilee, everyone on earth pays me tribute, yet only my son comes up empty. No, 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 Imperial Father, you've got it all wrong. I believed that anything that I would present would be too crude and quaint to express my deep love and endless respect for my Imperial Father. For this reason I have sought the help of a great teacher for a month to learn a dance for your anniversary. The fatty came to the front, cueing the music and going down into a wobbly strange thing called dancing? No, it was a bit too soon to call it a dance. It was more or less along the lines of quirky jumping. His largeness flicked his hair, batted his eyes, his bubbly cheeks bouncing at the slightest movement. It was downright revolting, hideous and worthy of nothing but being thrown out. It was like looking at the sea from a boat, with the waves going up and down and up, and while the blob bounced around quaking the floor with every downstroke, so too did the audience, maybe too in tune with the artist and his handy footwork. Even their guts were doing the rumba. It was truly a jolting experience. Crack. It wasn't just one, oh no, the entire audience was cracking their knuckles, looking at the graceful ballerina with bloodshot eyes. If not for him being a self-respecting prince, they would probably be raining fists and kicks by this point. Sweet mother of mercy. A dance should be easy on the eyes, but yours is sucking the life out of me. The Emperor's face took so many shades of white even he didn't know it could. Shaking to his very bones, his fists clenched, his eyes red, pouring every ounce of his strength into not jumping in there to sock the ball into cutting the hellish dance out. But at some point something was bound to snap, and that unfortunately happened to be his patience. Stop. Rumble. The fatty froze with a bent waist, blinking his big puppy eyes at the Emperor's bloodshot ones. Every single guest breathed easier, cherishing this moment of peace on earth. Songer, next time, bring that great teacher of yours. I promise not to kill him. Now go. The Emperor sighed. The chubby bowed, and then hopped and banged his way to the chair, pleased as a punch for getting away with it. The rest of the guests were eternally grateful that the horror show had ended. We are blessed that our eyes aren't scarred from watching your chipper son bounce. Your mercy has no bounds, Emperor. The Crown Prince stood up again. Imperial Father, although the third brother's dance may be a bit rough around the edges, his intentions are good and his heart pure. Please bestow him a reward, Imperial Father. Humph, can anything live up to his performance? The Emperor's eyes flashed. Crown Prince chuckled. Imperial Father, third brother has been an oddball since birth. With your endless affection, only giving me and the second brother something will make the third brother feel left out. Please consider his sincere feelings and offer him a little something. A token perhaps. I'll say it one last time. I can bestow a reward on anyone on this land except him. The Emperor's smile was cold. What bestowal would even be worthy anyway? It sent a cold shiver down the hearts of everyone. The Emperor implied that he was grumbling from having such a fatty as a son. But how could the ruler be so short-sighted, fussing with his son over trifles? Zhuofan scratched his nose, exchanging a look with the first and second great minds. He already had an idea what was up. Only the second prince put on a mocking smile. Crown Prince tried it again. Imperial Father, please. Silence. The Emperor said, Crown Prince, there are some things you have no sway over. It's fine, elder brother. I know I've stepped on the Imperial Father's nerve. Not receiving anything is normal. There's no need to try anymore. The fatty pouted, lamented, and advised. Second prince enjoyed their distress. One's a hypocrite, the other's a blob. At least they have each other, humph. The Crown Prince gnashed his teeth, and gave one last look to the Emperor before taking a seat. His hands were clenched tight, the fingers digging into his palms. Just why is it like this? I am the Crown Prince. How can I lose to that lard? Glancing at the second prince's mocking face, Crown Prince taunted, You idiot, not even this can get through your thick skull? Anyone can be rewarded, except the Emperor. What the Imperial Father just did was that he showed his intent on the successor. But why does it have to be him? The Crown Prince looked at the fatty, who was saluting back in gratitude. Is the punk oblivious to Imperial Father's meaning, or is he just that good at faking it? In the Crown Prince's eyes, the longer he stared at his horizontally challenged brother, a thicker bloodthirst was brewing. The celebration went on with the officials, the 7 houses and the delegation presenting their gifts, each with a reward returned in kind. As the music picked up once again, graceful and stacked girls glided into the room while dancing. With that lardass setting the mood for an upset stomach with his class act, the audience got to appreciate these girls' efforts much better. To the point that they saw them as starlets, mesmerizing and soothing. Whoosh. One figure jumped out of the crowd and presented a plate of peaches to the Emperor. Happy anniversary, Imperial Father. May your joy be boundless and your life never ending. The Emperor looked at the apple of his eyes and his heart softened. Ha ha ha, Yongning, you have brought me the best gift. Truly. Yongning jumped up with a smile and went for a hug. Then, Imperial Father, please reward me properly. Ha ha ha, of course. What would you like? The Emperor laughed, doting on her with a wobbling face. The fatty pointed a sausage at his dear sister and cut her off. Imperial Father, didn't you want to know my great dancing teacher? It's her. But worry not, Yongning, Imperial Father's word is gold. He won't beat you to death. The Emperor looked off-kilter. Yongning, did you teach Songer to dance? Blushing, Yongning glared at the living fat. She had also witnessed that thing's high-class act. It was like a horror show, but now accepting that she was the grand dance teacher behind it all, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Yongning explained, Imperial Father, don't listen to his gaffe. I've taught him to the best of my abilities, but his dancing is just that nauseating. Ha ha ha, I see. My princess dancing is the best in Tianyu. The Emperor nodded. Yongning, you still haven't told me what you want. Blushing, Yongning peeked at Zhuofan, twiddling with her bracelet, acting coy and all. Imperial Father, don't you think it's time? I mean, for Mother's final wish. The Emperor nodded, sending her back to the center and shouted, Yongning, Zhuofan, here is my decree. Today, Princess Yongning and best steward beneath heaven's Zhuofan shall be wedded. A what? Unlike the exuberant Yongning, everyone else was dumbstruck. Zhuofan figured something like this was coming and sneered inside. It didn't end with just some simple decree. The second prince found his guts from God knew where and jumped forth. Imperial Father, I have long since taken a liking to the parish's holy maiden Yun Shuang. I ask the Imperial Father to wed us. The Emperor grinned inside. What's up with today? Everything is falling together perfectly. He had long been thinking about how to steal Yun clan back from the Luo clan, to take advantage of Zhuofan's calculative ploy, using this perfect chance to do just that. The Emperor nodded inside. Marvelously done, my son. And spoke, happiness comes in two today, with Miss Schwanger tying the knot with my son. Second Prince kowtowed. Yun Shuang shuddered, crestfallen, grabbing Zhuofan's arm tighter out of instinct with a confident smile on. Zhuofan gave her a warm look. It's okay. You are with me now. It will never change. Yun Shuang's eyes turned red, but her heart regained calm. The last time she'd been so at ease was when her grandfather was alive. Chapter 403, Breaking All Pretense. Chapter 403, Breaking All Pretense. There was a damp and dark tunnel littered with checkpoints made of sealed heavy doors, and two radiant stage experts standing guard at each one of them. Their moods were heavy as their eyes narrowed. A guard, holding a set of keys, approached. With a flash of a badge, the gate opened. The badge read Emperor's Approval. Gate after gate. The guard had to pass through 18 of them to reach the end. It was a small dark room with a pint-sized figure resting on a simple bed, chewing lazily on something. What does the old coot want this time? Taking another bite, a tender voice came, filled with disdain. You come to me for help, yet lock me up in this hellhole whenever you're done with me. For 300 years I've kept my word, the only saving grace you have from my rage. And these things, I have never eaten worse garbage in 300 years. Aren't I a divine dragon? Whoosh. He threw away the thing at the guard with a bang. It flashed past the guard's face, wind biting his face. It made a meter-deep hole in the wall behind him, and even shook the whole place. Yet the thing was still intact. The guard was scared out of his mind. This place was made of a 7th-grade material, crystallized black tungsten, turning it into a fortress. But to this guy, it was like paper. A casual flick, and the place got ventilation. The guard made a shaky bow. Sir Gu Santong, please calm down. I am only conveying the Emperor's orders to handle a tough opponent. I'm not going. Gu Santong snorted. I've only promised to defend the Imperial family. There's nothing in it related to putting me to work. Do it yourself. The guard begged again. Sir, His Majesty is requesting you in person. This man is an exceptional expert. How could anyone match him? Moreover, His Majesty promises to improve your meals. Improve? By how much? Gu Santong raised an eyebrow. The guard picked up 3 fingers. 3rd-grade ingredient every day, with 4th grade on holidays. Gu Santong's eyes spun and then he shook his head. 4th grade every day and 5th grade on holidays. No, make that 6th grade. It's a deal. The guard let out a carefree nod. The promise was still within His Majesty's limits. I need to get this young master out of here fast. Gu Santong hopped around in joy. He'd finally sleep with a full belly from now on. Oh, and who's the one you're after? You've never asked me to act before. Ha ha ha, His Majesty will tell you when the moment comes. We are just guards transmitting his orders. We cannot fathom His Majesty's mind. Gu Santong didn't care. As long as he had his fill, he'd capture anyone. Back at the feast, the Emperor had just declared a marriage bringing joy to the kneeling Yongning. Next to her was Yuan Yong on his knees as well, though he was a nervous wreck just before this exchange. He had seen Zhuofan and Yun Shuang being all lovey-dovey, and now, he had asked the imperial father for her hand. He was out to steal another person's girl. It wouldn't make a difference to your average citizen, but that right there was the best steward beneath heavens. Zhuofan's rage was still very much ingrained in his mind. Back when the guy flattened his home, of course he'd be trembling. But a sneak peek at Hell Valley's side, catching the nod of a figure, he relaxed. I just hope it'll go like he said and Zhuofan won't put my princely head on a pike. Luo Yunchang was testy, not over Yun Shuang, but while glaring at Yongning. She has had her eyes on the heart-throb Zhuofan for years, yet this broad was just gonna take him from her? She wouldn't have it. Zhuofan finally spoke, Your Majesty. He did a full salute, but his tone was icy. Please withdraw your edict. I and Miss Schwanger are perfect for each other long since we've gotten together. It wouldn't be right for us to marry another. A what? Everyone was slack-jawed. They guessed the two had been on good terms, knowing each other well after only a month, but how did they get entangled to such a degree so fast? Luo Yunchang was puzzled. The two had only displayed their affection today. When did they get to do the horizontal mambo? And how come she didn't know? Yun Shuang froze, her eyes red and confused. What is he up to? Impossible! Yongning shot to her feet, refuting those claims. I and Schwanger are practically sisters, and I've also been by the Prosperity Compound many times. I would have realized in an instant if anything was up. Zhuofan grinned at her hot-headedness. Of course you'd realized, and so did everyone else in the Luo clan. Don't you remember the night you'd invited me to celebrate, that woman perhaps? Shuddering, everyone turned to the young frail Yun Shuang, who was flushing harder than a tomato with tears in her eyes. She was a sensible girl and couldn't endure having her mortifying moment to be out in the open. Zhuofan had other things on his mind besides the trifling things like shame. He grabbed Yun Shuang's hand and sneered. That was Schwanger. Everyone in Luo clan can attest, since I was doing my business when they burst in. That does seem to be the case. Luo Yunhai nodded. He was clueless towards Zhuofan's aim in exposing such a degrading affair, but he figured it will all lead somewhere. 4 scheming demons were jumping and hooting in confirmation as well. Zhuofan and Yun Shuang were an item. There were no two ways about it. Yongning and Luo Yunchang glared daggers at Yun Shuang. Defend the guy all you'd like, but it was hard to find the traitor in one's midst. What a good sister, stealing my man from right under my nose. Yun Shuang looked devastated with her head low. Pointed out by all husbands what a chippy she was. All those stares were making her sick. The Emperor watched it all with a cold dragon's eye, his fingers drumming on the table. With a deep breath, his boundless majestic voice came, Are you done? The wedding is tomorrow. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and laughed. Your Majesty, if I don't feel like it, there's no one in the world that can make me. Bam! The Emperor flew off the handle. Insolent! I am the ruler here, the Emperor. My decree is final. Zhuofan, you dare question my authority? All eyes watched in shock, their hearts drumming in their chests. What's up with His Majesty? That is the best steward beneath heavens. You honored yourself. Marriage is such a trifle, so why make such a big fuss and fly into a rage? Something isn't right about this. It's not just about fighting an edict. The old foxes noticed discrepancies. Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang knew even more, showing endless calm. The Emperor has had enough. He's about to act. Imperial Father, please calm down. I and Schwanger are sisters. Even if we have the same husband, it'll be fine. Second brother doesn't fit Schwanger anyway. Please take your edict back, and don't take your anger out on them. Yongning feared the emperor would do something to the couple. In his rage, the emperor wouldn't have it. Silence. I have had enough of Zhuofan's vile morals. Seriously wounding the delegation, destroying a prince's home, undermining my authority, in contempt of court, brash, arrogant, and violent. On such a blessed day, I wanted to make him my son-in-law, yet he refuses my edict. A criminal such as he is a plague on this land. In his rage, the emperor dumped one crime after another on Zhuofan's head. He had so many piled up that even 100 deaths would be too light a punishment. Zhuofan, Leng Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng were the calmest, having seen it all come. If one wanted someone dead, he'd just find the pretext to do it. The emperor can lift you, can sanctify you, but can also bury you, demonize you. It's all at the emperor's whim. If he wants you hanged, he'd find some excuse, don't you worry. Funny how it matched perfectly with Zhuofan, who had always called himself a demon. Finding faults couldn't be easier while the blunt Xuanrong looked on stumped. I say, why let him live if he's a criminal on death row? Shouldn't you be over and done with this demon the moment you found him? Zhuofan sneered, Your Majesty does not seem to hold me in any regard. Staying here is pointless, let's go. Zhuofan left with the Luo clanbam. The emperor slammed the table. Humph, Zhuofan, you think so highly of yourself, showing contempt to me? You won't run away that easily. Oh? Who, I wonder, in whole Tianyu has the power to stop me? Zhuofan mocked, pretentious. Though everyone agreed inside. Zhuofan did have the power to back that claim. The emperor squinted and his face twisted with malice. There will always be someone better than you out there. Zhuofan, you are toxic. Seize him. With a bang, a red flash shot for Zhuofan, followed by a childish voice. Old coot, don't forget about the 6th grade ingredient. Chapter 404, Father and Son Fight. Chapter 404, Father and Son Fight. Whoosh! A tiny fist came out of nowhere, with enough power to crush mountains. Zhuofan threw a fist of his own. The bang rattled the ears of the guests. Zhuofan was forced back 100 meters before steadying, following the deep scar he made on the ground. He found that in his original place was a pint-sized smug figure. Everyone cried out. Where did he come from? How did he have the power to push back a monster like Zhuofan? The Xuanrong delegation was shaking. They gulped at the rosy-cheeked child. For all that's holy, is your land a freaking monster pen? It was bad enough that Zhuofan was a freak of nature, now you have someone even younger? This doesn't make any sense. Xuanrong grumbled inside. Tianyu has way too many talents. As for the 7 houses, Zhuge Changfeng and the others knew of the freak raised in the imperial family's backyard. He was the most savage of the divine dragons, invincible scamp Gu Santong. That old coot has been ready to take the little freak out from the very start. Zhuge Changfeng and Leng Wuchang's eyes flashed. Humph. That's right, I'm strong. Gu Santong stuck out his chest, tooted his horn and froze. The guard said the emperor would give the signal to attack, but he didn't even think the target would turn out to be his godfather. He hesitated, his face changing constantly. Zhuofan grinned, having seen this coming. The emperor was frowning at the odd spectacle. What's going on with the little freak? Why did he stop? Gu Santong mumbled awkwardly. Zhuofan didn't let him finish, flashing in his face with the red Qilin arm. Gu Santong blocked by instinct. Bam! Another shocking rumble spread and the guests took to the air. The emperor was taken away by the guards. This was a battle between monsters. Sticking around any longer would pulverize one's bones. Gu Santong shot back 50 meters from the punch, raising everything in a kilometer's range. Nobody noticed. Zhuofan taking advantage of the smoke and mirrors to send him a message. In a few moves, I'll fake defeat and you should chase me. Gu Santong's eyes lit up and he nodded. Out of the loop as he was, he nevertheless believed that Zhuofan would explain himself. So he straightened his back, flicked his hand and launched Xuefan into the air. Gu Santong jumped after him. The sky got littered with booms as the two traded blow for blow. Each clash ended with a pulse of power swiping the surroundings. They pulverized anything they touched, making sure no one even tried to get near. All they could do was crank their heads as the two darted to and fro, reducing the gaudy imperial palace to rubble. The audience sighed. The two were dazzling gems of equal rarity and power. Only they could unleash such a spectacle, others would have long since dropped dead. The Chuanrong were dumbstruck. The Chuanrong were tough, some say. The Chuanrong had mettle, said others. But witnessing these two experts of Tianyu fight, they came to know the true meaning of indomitable. By contrast, Chuanrong's guts were too damn mushy. To Oba Lufeng and Han Tianma sighed. If all of Tianyu was like this, it was best to go back and stay in bed. What invasion were they thinking of? The emperor looked at the two receiving and dishing out blows with a bright stare. Xuefan and Gu Santong looked the same, but Xuefan only had a Qilin arm, the rest of his body falling short. Gu Santong, however, was bursting with power from every fiber in his being. It wasn't long before Xuefan lost ground. Bam! Gu Santong's punch sent Xuefan barreling into some lofty buildings he had used the Qilin arm to block, but Gu Santong's power went through it and into his chest, forcing him to spit up blood. God damn it. That pipsqueak doesn't know how to hold back. I told him, only a few blows, but he's still going strong. Xuefan crawled out of the rubble, spatted some blood and cursed with a heavy breath. Gu Santong was coming for another round. Ha ha ha, again. Take this. Again? Xuefan squinted, not fond of taking any more of the kid's tough love. So he popped away with his right eye flashing golden. Gu Santong hit nothing but the ruins, kicking up dust. Where's Dad? Gu Santong roamed his innocent eyes around. Xuefan blinked next to Yun Shuang, hugged her and flew away, afraid that the rest of the people won't find it obvious that he lost. He shouted, "Blast it! I can't mess with that freak. Let's go." Gu Santong got it on the spot. That was Xuefan's signal for Act 2, so he played along. Stop him. Russell. A dozen Radiant stage experts barred Xuefan's way, glaring at him with fury. If Gu Santong failed, they wouldn't have shown themselves. But since Gu Santong was still going strong, in hot pursuit, they chose to earn some credit by buying time. Was it that easy, though, to hold back Xuefan with a couple of shrimps? His right eye flashed golden again, and he teleported behind them as they turned around to chase. Blue wings spread out from Xuefan's back. A single flap of them sent illusions at them. That sea phantom wing. Look out! One cried. Despite being too late, the blue image surrounded the expert. Their minds grew hazy, and they splat on the ground like pies. Xuefan laughed and flapped his wings to gain more speed and flew away. Gu Santong stomped in fake anger. Humph, useless rabble. You've ruined my 6th grade ingredients. Once I am done capturing him, I'll take my anger out on you. Gu Santong shot after Xuefan, angry on the outside, but giddy in his little heart. Dad, wait for me. The audience watched them go with a sigh. In the end, it was Gu Santong who came out on top in that monster clash. But Gu Santong wouldn't get his paws on Xuefan anytime soon, not with his guile. Humph. The emperor turned to the ex-Grand Imperial Palace, his anger growing. He flicked his hand at the dazed Luo clan. Prosperity Compound's Luo clan has failed to uphold its character, colluding with the savage Xuefan. Seize them. Understood. Dozens of guards, with plenty of Radiant stage experts in between, moved at once. Cackles resounded as 4 black masses drifted from the Luo clan to meet the Imperial guards. In but a dozen seconds, the guards lay on the ground in pieces. Radiant stage experts included. Hi. Luo clan doesn't have Steward Zhuo now, but we, the heroic demon quartet, will take his place. Ask the boss before messing with his dogs. You guys don't cut it. The 4 black masses hovered around the Luo clan with their creepy laughter. The emperor's face twitched. Luo Yunhai and the others sighed. The 4 pygmies were their elders. So wasn't their boss the Luo clan head? That saying about dogs didn't quite apply here, but everyone knew those pygmies weren't right in the head, so they just dropped it. Funnily enough, coming out in defense at the crucial time showed their loyalty creak. A metal screech announced the arrival of a black figure behind the Emperor. Its hoarse voice said, "You dare act obnoxious before the Emperor." Whoosh! A shadow shot for the four freaks like lightning. Chapter 405 Four Demons vs. Shadow King. Chapter 405 Four Demons vs. Shadow King. A groan came from the four black masses. What followed was cries of shock as a black chain came out and they returned to their original form. Impossible. We'd phased out completely. How could you hit us? Violent Demon cried. The other pygmies were shouting as well. They couldn't believe their prized unity tactic could crumble so easily. The figure behind the Emperor turned solid, taking the shape of a 9-foot-tall armored man, and grabbed the incoming rattling chain. He took a bold step forth with a sharp look in his eye. "You four little sh*ts, you may have been from the Empire's 3 guardian sects once, but it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want." The fourth pillar, Shadow Guard's captain, Shadow King from Hell. Zhuge Changfeng muttered. Dugu Zhantian was also shocked. They were both part of the four pillars, but had only heard rumors of their secretive colleague. Today they found out how dreadful he really was. The four scheming demons could make mincemeat out of a 6th layer of Radiant Stage expert. Even give a peak Radiant Stage expert a run for his money, yet they were now pushed back in one move. Such a rare strength was something only the likes of Zhuofan and Gu Santong could display. Of the four pillars, Zhuge Changfeng relied on his infallible mind, Dugu Zhantian on his perfect war record, and Yun Xuanji on fate reading, to take office. But Shadow King was the only one reaching the top with pure strength. The imperial family had laid low for so long, it had even kept their experts a secret. And now it revealed a true monster of Tianyu. If not for the balance of power in and outside of court, the imperial family would have long since had Tianyu under its iron fist, becoming the greatest clan. The likes of Regent Estate and the houses had never seen Huangpu. Tianyuan squinted, his brow sweaty, looking at the Emperor. The Chuanrong delegation was groaning. Tianyu just kept on popping one super expert after another. It wasn't weak at all, elder brother. I can't accept it. Let's go again. Sly Demon stomped, glaring at the Shadow King. Violent Demon's eyes were savage and he cursed. Let's do it. If we don't tear that bastard to pieces, we're not four scheming demons. They turned into four black masses again and went for Shadow King. Shadow King snorted and turned himself into black smoke as well. The 5 black clouds got entangled, with one in the middle of the other 4, releasing bangs at every clash, but the center shadow kept letting out a rattling noise. The chain made its appearance again, striking the other 4 masses. Shadow King reformed, standing high and mighty over the blood-spewing 4 scheming demons. Elder brother, we can't do it. Let's bail. Wimp Demon wailed. Violent Demon didn't want to give up like this but nodded in the end. He turned into black smoke and fled. Humph, the guy's too thick. We're outta here. Not to worry, young Master Luo, we're going to find Steward Zhua to help you. Wait, for scheming demons, weren't you going to rip me to pieces? Why are you running scared? Shadow King mocked the fleeing 4. The 4 black masses stopped and mocked. Hee, what an imbecile. We are the Luo clan's elders. We no longer have anything to do with the demon scheming sect. As for our title, we can just do without it. It's not like you're gonna take it, are ya? Hee. Vermin. Shadow King spat. The 4 clouds turned to the out-cold Imperial Guards and tore a Radiant Stage expert apart. Then it spat at Shadow King. Rotten spade, you haven't heard the last of us. We'll let you go this time, but next time you'll be in pieces. The 4 scheming demons now vanished for good. Shadow King was outraged, his knuckles popping. He couldn't chase or he'd leave the Emperor's side. Everyone saw the Shadow King beat the 4 demos back, but to still look good in front of the crowd, they killed some Royal Radiant Stage expert as a way of putting on a tough front and bragged about it before scampering. Only that radiant stage expert had to suffer in the making of this scene. First his mind went on vacation from Zhuofan's sea phantom wings, then the 4 demons came to split him before vanishing away, the poor sod. If his soul would be drifting right now, he'd be cursing to high heavens. USH*TS are angry with the Shadow King, so why take it out on little old me? Who told him to be so weak? With Zhuofan lighting the fuse to blow out between the Luo clan and Imperial family, the latter came out on top. Besides its elders, the Luo clan's young master and miss along with others had ended up in the Imperial family's hands. The Imperial guards assembled, having them surrounded. Luo Yunchang panicked, looking at the others. Luo Yunhai was still looking in Zhuofan's direction, finding it more than a little bit queer. Like he knew this day would come. So he calmed his jets and said, "Relax, it'll be fine." His calm inspired the others to do the same. Not even 20 yet, the young master maintains a cool head in crucial moments. How could they lose theirs? The emperor nodded inside. Luo clan's young clan head has grown into a fine man. Dugu Zhantian looked on with pride. The godfather and son were on opposite sides, but he had taught Luo Yunhai. The youth's calm attitude was a homage to his godfather's teaching. Imperial father, prosperity compounds. Luo clan has rebelled. They must be executed to appease the people. Please carry out their sentences. With everything under control, many showed their true faces, like the second prince barking at the Luo clan that lit a fire under the chubby's ass. Imperial father, the cause of today's disturbance falls on the Luo clan's steward alone. The others are innocent. Imperial father, you mustn't take it out on the innocents. Yes, Imperial father, it had nothing to do with the Luo clan's young master and miss. Your Majesty's heart knows no bounds, please let them go. Yongning pleaded. The emperor eyed the two, then said, "Crown Prince, you are the heir to the throne. How would you handle it?" "Heir? Humph, did you ever intend to give me anything?" He was still holding a grudge for what had happened back at the feast. But the Crown Prince did not let it show, hiding it behind a genial smile. "Imperial father, in my humble opinion, Luo clan steward, Zhuofan had indeed lied and cheated, pushing everyone around. But the Regent of Prosperity could not control him. Letting the Luo clan take the fall for his misconduct would be ill-advised." The fatty and Yongning sent looks of gratitude. While the emperor stared at him harder, getting his meaning, Crown Prince continued, "However, Zhuofan's vile attitude is due to the Luo clan's inadequate discipline. They do carry some of the blame. To my eyes, it is best to hold the Luo clan until Zhuofan is captured before handing out the sentence to them both." Crown Prince was candid, filled with reason and logical deductions. But to the old foxes out there, they could read between the lines. Taking the Luo clan hostage to draw Zhuofan out, it was a disgusting and degrading plan hidden behind a cleverly articulated sophistry. He was the spitting image of a true imperial family member, a vile act done in the name of justice. But the proposal was in tune with the emperor's thoughts. He let out a smile and nodded. "We will do as my son said. Guards, take the Luo clan away and watch them closely." Zhuge Changfeng laughed inside. He had seen through the emperor's ploy already. The two had been in contact for so many years, and he could read a little into the emperor's every action. The emperor had planned today from the start, as did its ending. He only asked others to speak out to cover up his involvement. He was in fact putting words in the Crown Prince's mouth, while also ending the tripartite stalemate. Zhuofan's ruckus at the imperial palace was big and small. Small since it only cost one man's life, and big as it impacted all the houses. He guessed the emperor was going to use the disruption of Tianyu as an excuse to cleanse the land. "Your Majesty, I didn't know you were even more impatient than me." Zhuge Changfeng laughed inside. The emperor looked at him as if in response to his thoughts, showing a snicker. "My dear Prime Minister, the game has only just begun." The emperor toasted to the distant Zhuge Changfeng, while the latter snorted and spilled his cup. "Your Majesty, I will not lose." Chapter 406 Dividing Spoils. Chapter 406 Dividing Spoils. Your Majesty, could you leave the Luo clan for us to handle? Leng Wuchang approached with a bow. Huangpu Tianyuan looked at him astonished, not understanding what his scheming steward was after. It was so obvious that with the Luo clan in custody, Zhuofan would come back to rescue them if he escaped Gu Santong's chase. In other words, whoever had the Luo clan would face Zhuofan. What happened at today's feast was too fast and shrouded in mystery. But wasn't taking the Luo clan inviting trouble? As the estate lord, he had to go out there and rein Leng Wuchang in. But the cool and wise look Leng Wuchang struck had him hesitate, choosing to believe his steward. The emperor gave Leng Wuchang a hard look, not fully grasping his intent. Sir Leng, why should I give Luo clan to the Regent estate? Mind giving me a reason? Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, Regent estate has been the head of houses for the past millennium, settling any disputes among them. Now that there's an 8th house, it still falls under Regent estate's responsibility. With Luo clan's heinous crimes, it demands for Regent estate to help Your Majesty in capturing the traitor Zhuofan as a warning and example to the houses. Leng Wuchang was praising, but anyone with a brain could tell he was speaking terms with the emperor. We get rid of Zhuofan, and you give us the houses. Only then we fight over the throne. It was an obvious shot at getting the emperor to split the power, or you can just face the monster all by yourself. We won't give a hoot. Pa. Huangpu Tianyuan slapped his thigh, getting it as well. Facing Zhuofan was bummer, true, but using him to get the houses without the imperial family poking its nose in the process was a great play. Sir Leng's noggin sure works fast. That's our unwanted contriver. The emperor's eyes flashed, but his mouth curled. Since Regent estate has this intention, all right. They're yours to handle as you wish. Be sure to work with Gu Santong and catch the traitor. The other houses must combine their efforts as well. Use the demon purging decree at the right moment in tandem with Marshal Dugu. We obey Your Majesty's decree. As they all bowed, only Hell Valley, Pill King Hall and Merry Woods looked happy for their boss taking the lead again. Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Drifting Flowers edifices and Sword Marquis abode were filled with bitterness. Zhuofan was their ally, who all of them had to attack, forced into a corner. Now that the Regent estate got the kill order for Zhuofan, the 6 houses had to obey. Through this plan, it would fulfill its own agenda in swallowing the houses. Troubled times awaited these 3 allies. The emperor's cold eye swept them all. I have since lost the mood to celebrate. You are dismissed. With an ashen face, surrounded by guards and Shadow King, he left. Yongning wanted to plead for the Luo clan some more, but her father's stone-cold look scared her. What no one noticed was the faint evil twitch in his mouth just as he turned. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It all went smoothly. I'd never dreamed that that sly and conniving Zhuofan would be routed so easily. Shadow King bowed after some distance, sending this message to the emperor. The emperor laughed, but then a flicker of doubt came upon his brow. It has been easy, perhaps too easy, making me uneasy. Besides the matter with Yongning, I had many more tricks ready, but he took the first bait instead. It baffles me how a level-headed man like him fell so easily. Your Majesty must be overthinking things. In my opinion, it is not Yongning who irritated him, but what happened to Yun Shuang. Your Majesty, at the esoteric debate, he went berserk over a girl. I've heard that Miss Yun Shuang shares that girl's qualities. That makes it more likely that he flipped because of her. The emperor nodded. I hope so, but this only leads to even more questions. Why did the second prince propose marriage with the holy maiden, inciting Zhuofan? It's too convenient. It's not my place to say, but the second prince is narrow-minded and petty. Zhuofan and holy maiden ruined his home, so he came up with this proposal just to spite him. He used Your Majesty's name to push him around. As any child, he was the first to turn to his father whenever he got the boot. The emperor paused, then nodded. Ha ha ha, indeed. That's his style, all right. though he helped me instead. But I have to change this trait about him, lest he invites trouble. Your Majesty is wise. Shadow King bowed. The Emperor continued, yet, out of my predictions, Regent Estate volunteered to take charge in fighting Zhuofan. I planned on letting those dogs bite at each other until they couldn't move, but stepping in was in fact an even better outcome. Your Majesty, this is even easier to understand. Leng Wuchang is no fool, and with Zhuofan becoming the center of this chaos, the public enemy number one, he felt something was off and didn't want to be passive. Doesn't he want what Your Majesty wants, to lead the 7 houses? It will be great for the Regent Estate's campaign to expand its power. Yes, Leng Wuchang was right in his assumption. But does he think I'll just let him? Humph, we'll just see whose campaign is faster, mine or his. The Emperor's eyes flashed, walking on with Shadow King. Meanwhile, Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan took the Luo clan off the Imperial Guard's hands and left the Imperial Palace. Estate Lord, this chance comes with risk. We need to act quickly, or by the time the Imperial family roots out all the spies from court, he will turn on us. Leng Wuchang spoke gravely. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Sir Leng, you've done well. Although the Emperor plans to have both of us exhausted, if we don't take this chance, he will swallow us all sooner or later. Now is the time to act when the Imperial family is too busy. Yeah, since we're dealing with Zhuofan, we can't threaten the Imperial family either. This is the first time in the history of Tianyu that neither side has to watch for the other. But also the most dangerous. If we are late in uniting the houses, the Imperial family will march all over us. Leng Wuchang sighed. Life or death, winner or loser, it all rests on what we do in this period. Such a rare opportunity, fraught with destruction, must be taken with utmost caution. Sir Leng. Huangpu Tianyuan turned heavy. Did the meeting go smoothly? No worries. The kid has lost faith in the second generation, deciding to side with us. At the right moment, he will buy us time. Leng Wuchang nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan eased up, eyes flashing with savagery. Regent Estate's long-cherished wish would soon come to a head. Win or lose, this was it. Zhuge Changfeng had the Chuanrong delegation taken back to the garrison, but on their way there, he was plagued with worry. Prime Minister Sir, what is it? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Zhuge Changfeng took a long time to respond. What happened today is because the geezer made it happen, forcing Zhuofan to flee. But what made the geezer act so soon? Did he prepare everything? Prime Minister Sir, don't overthink it. The more chaos there is the better, making it easier for us to invade. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Lufeng grinned. Zhuge Changfeng nodded, but then his smile slipped. His heart seized. His brow furrowed. Why did the old coot choose this moment to act, when the Chuanrong delegation was present? Is it? Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. No, it can't be. I must be jumping to conclusions. No matter what, with the nation in chaos, everyone will move and everything will go according to plan. Old man, you want to use chaos for yourself, but did you think you're the only one with that idea? You won't get to rule these lands. Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Whoosh! 100 miles out of Imperial capital, Zhuofan was hugging Yun Shuang's soft, exquisite and perky body as he flashed across the blue sky. Yun Shuang huddled in his chest, restless and blushing. She was still out of it from Zhuofan's declaration of love for her, that he was now fighting the Empire for this reason. For a naive girl, it was the most romantic thing in the world, her heart beating like crazy. Although Yun clan answered requests in a neutral way, it was their responsibility to help the people while Zhuofan was a bad boy through and through. These two had absolutely nothing in common, yet for some odd reason, she felt her pure heart influenced by that repulsive and dashing bastard. She couldn't get him out of her mind. Whoosh! This time in a flash of red, Gu Santong approached from behind. Chapter 407, Father and Son Aligned. Chapter 407, Father and Son Aligned. Oh no, Gu Santong is behind us! Yun Shuang cried at the incoming small red light. With her being the holy maiden and high priest Yun Xuanji's granddaughter, she knew of Gu Santong. He was truly a savage to push even the likes of Zhuofan back. Now watching him dart over, panic overwrote everything. Zhuofan only had a wide grin, slowing down and taking a dive for a glade. He put Yun Shuang down and waited for Gu Santong. Yun Shuang looked at him lost. Oh, does he want to measure his fist with Gu Santong again? Gu Santong landed and ran into them. His savage display just moments ago had Yun Shuang shaking, thinking he was now aiming to smash them to bits, but Zhuofan's calm was infectious, easing her worries. This man is that confident in taking Gu Santong's power? Yun Shuang saw Gu Santong get closer and closed her eyes, not wishing to see Zhuofan pulverized, but the rumble never came. All she heard was giggling, "Dad, I missed you." Gu Santong held Zhuofan's neck. Zhuofan patted his back with a quiet smile. Yun Shuang peeked once, then her eyes bugged out. What is going on here? They're on opposite sides. They just threw fists at each other back there, yet now they are kin? If they were so close, why did they do all that show of savagery? Yun Shuang was a pure lady, never able to understand Zhuofan's slick and devious nature at work behind the scenes. All she could do was stare in space. At exemplary parenting at work, Zhuofan brought Gu Santong over with a smile. "Shuanger, can't you tell? He's my son." "A what?" Yun Shuang wobbled, on the brink of collapse from shock. "A great divine dragon, the best in Tianyu, invincible scamp Gu Santong, was his son? That was more than breaking news, that was capital. Even the Emperor would be speechless, since they're related. Has the Emperor lost it by sending the son after the father? The two can now team up and tear the imperial palace apart." Zhuofan shook his head at the dull Yun Shuang, reintroducing his son in detail. Now she realized their relationship, but just now Yun Shuang frowned. Zhuofan grinned. "I only went with the flow, enacting a little drama for everyone. But I didn't expect the Emperor to be on the same page with me. He wanted me to be the scapegoat in this chaos, and I wanted to bear the brunt, breaking the stalemate. What a coincidence we both wanted it at the same time. Otherwise, Yongning's marriage proposal wouldn't happen at the same time as the second prince's." "You mean it was all fake?" Yun Shuang's heart thumped. Zhuofan explained. "Yongning's marriage was an obvious taunt from the Emperor. Even if I accepted it, he'd come up with other ways to get a rise out of me and break all pretense. While the second prince's proposal was my idea to break pretenses in my own way. The stalemate would be blown up, with every faction out to get me, but in fact the best stage for each of them to get their share." "Oh, I see." Yun Shuang bobbed her head, still phased out. "Then what you did to me. An act as well, please don't mind it. It was only to let the others see that I had a perfectly good reason to flip out, or doubts will sprout, making the next phase harder." Zhuofan nodded. Yun Shuang darkened, her heart sinking. She was a pure and unaffected girl, always abiding by her ancestors' teachings, never knowing love, but had fallen to despair when it struck her hard in the form of Zhuofan. Now Zhuofan was telling her that everything was fake and her budding love shattered to pieces. Yun Shuang watched the two giggle away, and the bitterness only grew. "You're so mean. While you were playing, I was serious." Biting her lip, Yun Shuang grew downcast. "Dad, you're out to fight the imperial family, right? But my promise." After a brief moment of joy at the reunion, Gu Santong sighed. Zhuofan smiled, knowing his difficulty. "No worries, young Sanzi, you're my son. I won't make it hard on you. You made that promise to the imperial family. I promise you, the imperial family will remain. Only the Emperor won't. Yeah, as long as the clan lives, even if Tianyu changes colors, I'd still have kept my word." "Ha ha ha, Dad, you're a genius. How come I never realized it?" Gu Santong laughed, relieved of trouble. The vow was cooked up just at the end of his altercation with that immemorial sage. With no time to iron out the details, There were plenty of loopholes. Gu Santong was a child at heart and didn't look into it, while Zhuofan was a weasel, finding a solution in a jiffy. To hell with the promise, when I can just use words to keep it. He had done this so many times, it was practically second nature. Young Sanzi, you've endured a lot. Look how thin you are. They must be starving you. Zhuofan rubbed his head, taking out a 7th grade ingredient and offering it with love. Now that Dad's here, you're taken care of. Zhuofan had to fish out some good ingredients each time he met Gu Santong, to show the stark contrast in treatments, to drive the wedge deeper, of course, all to pull Gu Santong closer and closer, helping him deal with the imperial family without guilt. See, they are a bunch of meanies, not even giving you 3 meals a day. Come to Daddy, son, I have a full-course meal for you. Help your good dad beat the nasties. It's what they deserve. Everything had multiple perspectives, and under Zhuofan's careful egging and nudging, Gu Santong hated the imperial family and loved him more. If only the emperor had known about the two, he'd be giving Gu Santong meals, brunches and snacks, all to foil Zhuofan's twisted heart and remove the danger. At the very least, you won't be helping me, but neither will you be tearing me a new one. With Gu Santong being a kid, whoever was better to him got closer. Gu Santong had been eating ingredients for 3 centuries, but they were all 1st and 2nd grade. And through Zhuofan's smooth talk, he felt that the imperial family was truly mean to him. As for the vow, Zhuofan had an easy time twisting it from defending the imperial family to making sure one of them barely survived, thus crushing their foundation. But it wasn't something a puppet would ever fuss about. Gu Santong jumped in joy, stuffing the deli in his mouth. Dad, I'll help you. You only have to leave one clansman alive and done. Of course. Zhuofan's twisted grin resurfaced. Gu Santong threw all those chains tying him to the imperial family that the vow had twisted around him, throwing his lot with Zhuofan instead. Yun Shuang sighed. With these monsters together, who in Tianyu can stand up to them? Grandfather's wish is almost achieved. Steward Zhuo can really change fate. Creepy wails came as 4 black clouds flew over. Steward Zhuo, we're here. The 4 black clouds turned into the 4 scheming demons. Violent Demon stuck out his chest. Steward Zhuo, per your orders, we fixed the fight and used young miss and young master. Hi. Can you avoid using the word used? It's all tactics. Zhuofan's face twitched, then mocked. You didn't fix it, you did lose. Look, the blood on you hasn't even dried yet. Violent Demon looked down, then at his brothers and smacked them each once. Why the hell didn't you guys tell me? I'd have washed in the creek we passed earlier. Boss, didn't you miss it too? The 3 grumbled back. Violent Demon was outraged, smacking them again. If I noticed it, what use do I have of you? The trio were even more depressed. Zhuofan shook his head. A loss is a loss. It must have been that black captain who did it. He is similar to you, but stronger. Losing is only natural. Steward Zhuo, we could have one, but... Violent Demon wanted to preach on, but Zhuofan waved. It's fine. A true loss is better than a fake one for those guys to swallow. You take Schwanger to Wingate City. Young Sanzi, let's go. Where are you going? Can't I come? Yun Shuang asked, grinning. Zhuofan shook his head. No, I'm going to get back some hostages. Chapter 408 Terms. Chapter 408 Terms. On a bleak and lonely mountain laid a hidden courtyard. Leng Wuchang sat under a graceful pavilion in the backyard, free to sip at his wine in relaxation. Whoosh. A black figure popped out of the blue facing the old frenemy. Zhuofan cupped his hands. Ha, sorry, hounded by Gu Santong, only now did I manage to shake him off. Ha, Gu Santong is all brawn, but it's not easy getting away from him. I reckon Steward Zhuo is the only one in Tianyu who can do it. I'm impressed. Leng Wuchang saluted back. Zhuofan looked at the scene of paradise around him and sighed. Such is Regent estate. You are even hiding such a refined place on a lone mountain only 10 miles from the imperial capital no one knows about. A true rarity. Of course, with the imperial capital saturated in conflicts and people from all walks of life, intelligence is still of foremost importance. The Regent estate wants the world, and to do that it has built a secret network. And Steward Zhua can relax. Not even the Emperor's spies can reach us here. We can talk at leisure. Zhuofan nodded, getting down to business. Sirling, thank you for your assistance. I presume you have my clan in custody. Where, may I ask, are they now? Zhuofan faked curiosity by looking around. How come I don't see them? Ling Wuchang's eyes flashed. Steward Zhua, you came to me for help to get the Luo clan in Regent Estate's hands by all means, and I've done it. That won't make me your enemy, will it? Of course not. Zhuofan said, I told you. Help me in this and you'll be on my side. But wasn't it something more afterwards? Ling Wuchang smiled. I help you with this, but I am still Regent Estate's steward, working out in Regent Estate's best interests. So even if you don't take me for an enemy, Steward Zhua, I can't help but do it to you. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan nodded, quite right. Then, Sirling, are you going to do it like the imperial family, and use the Luo clan as a hostage to deal with me? Would I? I know Steward Zhua's style all too well. The lesson at the esoteric debate was more than enough for me, thank you. With our strength, being testy with someone of Steward Zhua's caliber would be ill-advised. It would only make the imperial family happy watching both of us suffer, doing all the work for them. How could I do something so monumentally idiotic? Then, Zhuofan said bargain. Ling Wuchang was blunt. Steward Zhua wanted me to have the Luo clan, thinking it would be far easier to rescue them from the Regent estate than from the imperial family. The reality is indeed so. We would have never touched such a hot commodity in our lives, even more so keeping them perfectly safe to present them to Steward Zhua. But giving them just like that is bad for business. I ask that Steward Zhua give us something in return. Zhuofan searched himself puzzled, then spun around. Take your pick? Be it integrity, conscience, or even chastity, you can take anything. Did you even have them to begin with? Rolling his eyes, Ling Wuchang chuckled. Zhuofan's brow rose in rebuttal. Who says I don't? I can vouch for my chastity that I have kept safe for dozens of years. Ling Wuchang turned serious. Steward Zhua, please don't crack jokes. You only need to give us what we want and Luo clan will be safely returned. If you don't, I guess we're at an impasse. Your people can be anywhere by now too. And we will just have to fight one another, waiting for the imperial family to swoop in, ending with both of us dying. Do I even have something so important on me? Zhuofan frowned. He got it from Ling Wuchang that this item was crucial to them, willing to get it even if it meant falling in a trap. It was either get it or die trying, but what could he have that was of such value? Ling Wuchang stared as he emphasized each word. Bodhi root. What? Zhuofan cried. Ling Wuchang said, have you forgotten already? The 8th grade ingredient you swiped from Drifting Flowers edifices 8 years ago. Please give it to me and I will release them. Unfortunately, I don't have it. Will you take another 8th grade ingredient instead? Zhuofan blinked and probed, shaking his head. Ling Wuchang stressed, we need the Bodhi root. We do not care for 9th or even 10th grade ingredient. Zhuofan saw his stance unmoving and felt it odd. What is it about this Bodhi root that makes it so unique that it can't be replaced with another 8th grade ingredient? Of course it can't. Ling Wuchang sighed. There's no point in keeping this from you now that all the houses are in a final struggle. Why were we so fixed on Drifting Flowers edifices? Because it was a house of women, for one, and mostly because their heirloom was Bodhi root. Otherwise we would have just started our expansion with other houses first rather than insist on dealing with some broads and earn ourselves the bad name of picking on defenseless women. Zhuofan found him honest and nodded. Sirling, I shall be frank as well. I can give you anything but the Bodhi root. It isn't with me. When I took that bauble, It was only to divert Regent Estate's attention from Drifting Flowers' edifices when in fact the item was returned right after. How else could we become allies? Would you become an ally with someone who stole from you? Ling Wuchang nodded. I see. I had considered this as well. Steward Zhua's answer today has confirmed my guess. Be that as it may, I still need it from you, Steward Zhua. What are you asking me for? Go take it out of Drifting Flowers' edifices. Zhuafan opened his eyes wide. Ling Wuchang mocked. We've been watching them for years, but they treasure the Bodhi root more than their lives. Even if we swallow Drifting Flowers' edifices, we still won't find it. But Steward Zhua, you, as their ally, can. You want me to swindle them? Zhuafan snorted. You just called them my allies. Doing such a thing will ruin the Luo clan's name, casted out by our allies, standing alone and helplessly surrounded by you. Sir Ling, you never do things half-measure. Ha ha ha, it's not my intention at all. All I want is the Bodhi root. Ling Wuchang spoke happily. This is my condition, all that's left is to see if you will fulfill it. Your men are in our hands, so you can come anytime for the exchange. It ought to be easier than saving them from the imperial family's hands. Take your time to think over carefully. I'll be leaving now. Come find me when you have it. Ling Wuchang flicked his sleeve and left. Zhuafan clenched his fists and was gone as well. The silence returned to the desolate mountain. Whoosh! Zhuafan reappeared a mile away among the trees. Gu Santong was bored to death waiting on a branch and perked up at his arrival. Dad, you're back. Didn't you say you'll bring those guys too? Why are you alone? God damn it. That old fox has demands. Cursing, Zhuafan said, Young Sanzi, you've met young Miss and everyone. Can't your nose point the way? Gu Santong wiggled his button nose and breathed in. He closed his eyes in focus. He shook his head in the end. Dad, there's no sign of them in 1,000 miles. The old fox sure is cautious. He thought I'd steal the hostages, so he had them move. He never intended to show them to me. Zhuafan spat, his mind spinning. After a deep breath, he came to a decision. I'll just have to go to Drifting Flowers' edifices and take the item. But I won't soon forget this. Snorting, Zhuafan flew away. Gu Santong flashed red on his tail. Two monsters were zeroing in on Drifting Flowers' edifices at top speed to take away their heirloom, the Bodhi root. Drifting Flowers' edifices, a clique of women, was in for some hard times. Chapter 409, True Illusion. Chapter 409, True Illusion. Whoosh! The bright moon and stars were shining down on two shadows flitting left and right. When the moonlight finally graced their features, it was apparent enough who they were. The father and son duo flew at top speed for 2 months to arrive at Drifting Flowers City. Sent down memory lane, Zhuafan kept on sighing. Funny how the first time he had come was as a thief, no different from this time as well. And for the same item too. If Yun Xuanji hadn't told him he was outside fate, he'd think heaven was toying with him. Dad, isn't it just an 8th grade ingredient? We can just punch our way in as we search around. Why wait for the night to sneak around? It's bad for my glorified image. Gu Santong grumbled. Zhuafan laughed. Young Sanzi, you don't understand. If it were that easy, Regent Estate would have already done it. Drifting Flowers' edifices women are tough. You'll never get anything out of them in 1,000,000 years unless they give it to you. Besides, I don't want to burn bridges with them. Zhuafan sighed, looking at the tall building, lost in his memories. Rolling his eyes, Gu Santong whispered, How are you supposed to do that when you're forcing them to tell you where's their treasury? He, you ignorant lad, have you forgotten your dad's latest trick? Let me refresh your memory. Zhuafan unfolded the sea phantom wings in the sky, their blue glow shining brighter in the moonlight. The disciples patrolling the Drifting Flowers' edifices looked above in shock. Zhuafan then flapped and blue rays sprinkled down on the disciples, making them fall unconscious. Zhuafan flew around the Drifting Flowers' edifices, getting every disciple lost in the mesmerizing blue illusion. The guards outside a door collapsed and grandmother, who was in cultivation, frowned. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? What she saw was a hazy blue glow outside the window. Grandmother opened the door, on high alert. A buzz entered her ears, and she shuddered. She stepped out and looked around. It was quiet with the exception of the missing Xiao Yu at the door. Where did the child run off to? Grandmother wondered. A cry and some footsteps approached. Grandmother, someone stole the Bodhi root. What? Grandmother froze, watching Iris Overseer rushing with a group of disciples. Tell me quickly. No one knows where Bodhi root is hidden. How can someone steal it? Grandmother, it's true. The person wore a black robe, holding in his hand the Bodhi root. I was just sending disciples to chase. Iris Overseer panted. Grandmother continued, calm down. Have you seen it clearly? Are you sure it was the Bodhi root, or is it just some ploy to dupe us with a fake then steal it? Grandmother, it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. I also checked its hiding place and it was open. Iris Overseer was panicking. Grandmother nodded. Let's check it out. They all surrounded her to protect as she ran, yet there was only a single person behind her. And in his eyes, Grandmother was running by herself, with no disciples and Iris Overseer around. At the person's feet, however, was Xiao Yu, unconscious. Dad, is that woman sleepwalking? Why is she monologuing? Can't she see us? Gu Santong waved his hand in front of Grandmother with 3 golden halos flashing in his right eye. Zhuofan snickered. This is your dad's divine eye of the void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. She is trapped in my illusion without her knowledge. Through the illusion she will lead us to the Bodhi root. We will just take the ingredient, leave her unconscious, and no one will be the wiser. They'll blame the Regent estate, of course, and we would be free of charge, still allies, hee hee. Dad, you're so devious. Though, that eye of yours is awesome. We haven't seen each other for so long and it's already on the 3rd stage. Gu Santong giggled as he made faces in front of Grandmother. Zhuofan smiled for dumping the trouble on another and added, Young Sanzi, this hag is more than what meets the eye. She walks behind everyone else, watching everybody's footsteps and where they're going, to avoid having some stranger among them wishing to find out their secret. But this illusion is built from her mind, containing every person's conduct and gait. How could there be any gaps? No matter how careful, she won't find anything. Gu Santong nodded next to him. These people are so cautious. If it were me, I wouldn't be thinking so much about it. That is precisely why you fell for that promise 300 years ago. These people are not your match, but each shrewder and wiser than your entire lifetime. Zhuofan spoke at liberty. Gu Santong fell silent. He had 2 reliable fists there. Even if he wasn't subtle, who'd still mess with him? Grandmother led the 2 to a clear pond. She made a sign and with a shout, she pointed at the pond. The water stirred, shirking to the side and revealing a cave. The 10-meter-tall copper gates rumbled open with another special chant. Zhuofan cried not in a million years would he figure out that the Bodhi root was hidden here. No one would ever think to search here. The trio walked deeper into the cave, with Grandmother disarming any trap, array or mechanism put in place. They arrived at a stand in the middle of a small room holding a box. Opening it revealed the Bodhi root. Zhuofan would never forget the sweet fragrance and green glow. Got it! Zhuofan and Gu Santong giggled, but Grandmother only saw an open case and shuddered back in fright. It's gone. Dad, knock her out. Gu Santong nabbed the box. Grandmother still didn't notice. Zhuofan sighed and nodded. Sorry, Grandmother. Before he could, Grandmother wept. Qing, I'm sorry. You told me to look after Drifting Flower's edifices before leaving, but I couldn't protect our precious heirloom. Rumble. Zhuofan's palm stopped in doubt. Qing isn't in seclusion? She left? Grandmother, don't feel sad. Qing will be gone for a short while. She'll be back soon. The Iris Overseer's illusion spoke. Grandmother shook her head, lamenting. She won't come back. To save that Shui girl, she made a deal with mystical heaven sect leader. I know for certain she will not come back. And I couldn't even fulfill her final wish. His brow trembling, Zhuofan's heart tensed now that he thought about it. The anchoring soul bead used to save Ninger couldn't have come from drifting flowers edifices, a mere house. Chu Qingqing had made a pact with the mystical heaven sect to get it the same way he made a deal with demon scheming sect Xie Weiwei, but why did she do it? Saving Ninger had nothing to do with her. Why sacrifice herself? Zhuofan felt pain in his heart. His hand trembled, but he couldn't bear to strike. Dad, what is it? I'll do it if you can't. Gu Santong saw him just standing there and thought of helping Pa. Zhuofan grabbed Gu Santong's hand, who was now looking at him oddly. Whoosh. His right eye's halos vanished and the mirage world fell apart. Grandmother woke up from the illusion and turned to the two in shock. Seeing the Bodhi root in his hand, she was stunned. Zhuofan, we're allies. Why? Grandmother, chaos is about to spread across the lands. Take everyone in Drifting Flowers edifices to the Luo clan. I promise to protect you. As for Bodhi root, I'll be taking it. He pulled Gu Santong, and with a flash of a golden halo, they were gone. Only a distraught grandmother was left behind. Gu Santong was even more perplexed. Dad, why did you show yourself? I didn't want to lie. Zhuofan sighed, flying with Gu Santong further away. Chapter 410 Regent Estates Intent. Chapter 410 Regent Estates Intent. Whoosh. Deep in the woods of a mountain, a lofty and stylish manor rested. A man with a head full of white hair blowing in the wind and full of savage power, flashed. The two profound heaven experts standing guard jerked and bowed. Pardon us, but are you Steward Zhuo? Zhuofan only looked at the manor. You guys sure have plenty of hideouts, even out here. Take me to Leng Wuchang. A month ago, when he had just obtained the Bodhi root, Zhuofan contacted Leng Wuchang through a jade slip for the exchange. The old man had seen it coming and told him to come here. This place was close to Drifting Flower City, merely 100 miles from it. He only needed 2 hours to reach it, but Leng Wuchang was slower, getting here only today. Sir Leng is waiting. Please follow me, Steward Zhuo. A profound heaven expert was an elder in any clan, enjoying respect and awe. Only with Zhuofan, it was the other way around. With them bowing and making way, Zhuofan walked behind him, passing many pavilions, and after twists and turns, they arrived at a garden where Leng Wuchang was waiting. Leng Wuchang greeted the cold Zhuofan. Haha, as expected of Steward Zhuo. You got Drifting Flowers edifices treasure so fast. Impressive. Humph, tone down on the theatrics. You already knew I'd get it and got ready after I left. It took me 2 months to reach Drifting Flowers City from the imperial capital, while you took a month? Zhuofan flicked in disdain. Leng Wuchang nodded. Ha ha ha, yes, it's as you say. I rushed here as fast as I could after you left because I believed Steward Zhuo is a professional, that a mere Bodhi root couldn't escape your grasp. It would be a sin to delay the exchange, not with Steward Zhuo wrought with worry over the Luo clan's safety. Enough, I said. I can see you're impatient to get the Bodhi root as well. Zhuofan's hand flashed, tossing a box around. I just don't get why the Regent estate is so hung up over this thing. Doesn't it only do wonders for your complexion? Leng Wuchang's eyes never left the box, flashing with greed. Steward Zhuo, you don't need to concern yourself with that. Just hand it over and I will deliver the Luo clan down to the last man. This way, our deal will be finished. That is all you should be interested in. Zhuofan gave him a deep look and then grinned. Right, it's just a deal. It has nothing to do with me. Why you need it anyway? Pa. The box opened and a green root with a sweet fragrance was revealed. Its throbbing vitality overwhelmed Leng Wuchang, his chest moving with excitement. Where are they? Zhuofan asked, licking his lips. Leng Wuchang took a deep breath to calm down. Steward Zhuo, we all know of your skills. If I hand them over, you'll just take this item with you and I'll be powerless to stop you. Pa. Fan closed the lid and spoke with impatience. Sir Ling, what is it that you want? Are you going to take this and not return my people? Oh no. No. You've got it all wrong. I only mean that I can't give them to you here. Because Steward Zhua is too dangerous, changing moods faster than the wind. I have to come prepared. Leng Wuchang smiled. To be quite frank, I already had them sent back to Wingay City. All you have to do is hand that over and I will have Ascending Jade tell them to release them. Zhuofan's brow twitched slightly, knocking on the table in thought. If I just give it, you won't release **T. How could I not? With Sir's magnificent display on Beast King Mountain, I've since lost all intention of inciting your ire. Compared to your current treacherous ploy, Steward Zhua who measures every step before taking it, I am more afraid of the Steward Zhua hell-bent on revenge. It would bring no good to anyone. Leng Wuchang waved his hand in a rush, fear streaking his eyes, recalling Zhuofan's psychotic breakdown back on Beast King Mountain. Zhuofan sighed in the end and handed the box over. I hope, for your sake, that Sir Ling holds up his end of the deal. Holding the box with a trembling hand, feeling the oozing vitality, Leng Wuchang nodded and sent a jade. Steward Zhua, I'm a man of my word. With a gesture, the jade slip flew away. Zhuofan nodded and stood up. With the deal complete, I shall be going. I need to see if the young miss and the others are safe. If any harm has come to them, Sir Ling, we'll be seeing each other again in Cage Dragon City. Zhuofan vanished. Leng Wuchang was left alone with a heavy look. He did fulfill his end of the deal, and didn't even so much as leave a scratch on the Luo clan, but Zhuofan's cold smile left him shuddering. Not even an honest-to-God man could keep a straight face on meeting Zhuofan. He is a savage like the rumors describe him. Such power, such dignity. It's not something everyone has. Leng Wuchang sighed. A rough voice broke him out of his thoughts. Sir Ling, do you have it? Huangpu Tianyuan walked over. Leng Wuchang made a deep bow, presenting the box. Congratulations, Estate Lord, we have it. Huangpu Tianyuan opened the box and shuddered in glee. Ha ha ha, at long last I can train the earth-ranked martial art, 9 Dragons Diamond Body. Indeed, Estate Lord. We are weaker than the Imperial family, but stronger than Luo clan. Yet we can't compare when it comes to the quality of their expert. The Imperial family has Gu Santong, while the Luo clan has Zhuofan, freaks of nature capable of fighting thousands. To take these lands for ourselves, we need to defeat those monsters. With the Estate Lord training in 9 Dragons Diamond Body, your power will double. Heaven is smiling on the Regent estate. Leng Wuchang praised Huangpu Tianyuan was pleased, but then sighed, a shame that 9 Dragons Diamond Body needs 9 dragon souls to reach its peak, especially the last one to become ethereal. But that dragon soul is with Zhuofan, a true shame. Sir Ling, why didn't you set the dragon soul as a condition of the deal as well? Estate Lord, please restrain your greed. You know his temper just as well. If we push him too much and he flips, we are not prepared to take him, and we will suffer greatly from it. Moreover, the dragon vein soul is a savage being. Even when the eldest young master's fate arrived, he could only subdue one. With the Estate Lord being able to use 8 souls to train yourself, the pain will be excruciating. Only through the use of Bodhi Root's vitality will it be an assured success. Leng Wuchang advised, Sir has yet to even gain the diamond body and wouldn't be able to support so many dragon souls. What is the point of taking back the 9th soul? We should wait for Sir to train in it and then look for Zhuofan. Huangpu Tianyuan still believed that he would never train it to peak because of one missing dragon soul, though he understood Leng Wuchang's logic as haste made waste in many cases. It would be better to use the other 8 first. As for the 9th dragon soul, Zhuofan, you just wait. I will be coming for that last one. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted inside, filled with battle spirit. None of them noticed a red flash beneath their feet 20 miles away. Zhuofan leaned on a tree, waiting for the red flash to enter his body. His blood infant when he left. He had blood infant slip underground, tuning in on their designs for the Bodhi route. He had never guessed that he'd find out so fast. 9 dragons diamond body. Zhuofan grinned, so using the 9 dragon souls to train, that old fox Huangpu Tianyuan can step into the ethereal stage from peak profound heaven stage. That'll be dangerous. How convenient that I have 1 dragon soul from the set, or I'd never have let go of the Bodhi route. They won't come knocking anytime soon. Not before finishing their training, that is, he. Snickering, Zhuofan glanced next to him. Young Sanzi, let's go to Allbeast mountain range. On an ingredient hunt? Gu Santong lit up with a vague smile. Zhuofan only shook his head. Chapter 411, 9th Level Spiritual Beast. Chapter 411, 9th Level Spiritual Beast. Roar! In the serene forest, a cry sent the birds scrambling away. A flaming winged beast with huge eyes darted out of the forest in panic and fear. It was shaking from head to toe, frantic in flapping its wings even through the dozens of trees to get out. Stop right there, I said. Now, before you make it worse. A childish voice came from behind, yet oddly overbearing. Sweating all over, the spiritual beast wheezed, its wings going faster. It believed the angelic voice was that of a reaper, coming to drag him back to hell. Stop? Are you touched in the head? That's asking for me to sit still as you cut me up. Whoosh! A red flash came from behind, smacking him so hard, he folded. Its eyes turned white as it hit the ground in a 100-meter-wide crater. As the dust settled, the spiritual beasts nearby scattered in panic. Only the large beast remained, out cold and battered, as a small figure landed on top. Gu Santong's only reaction to the pitiful back-broken spiritual beast was, "You just don't know when to quit. I told you to stop, but no, you just had to make me do it. How dumb, I don't want your life." Gu Santong walked onto its back, grabbed the wings and tore them off. Blood gushed like a waterfall, but the spiritual beast only jerked, still out cold, which was probably for the best. Seeing so much blood bubbling out of it would have left it crying, "Sweet Jesus Christ, you don't want my life, but my wings." How is a flying spiritual beast without its wings any different from a cripple? And you still ask me to stop? Who the hell makes those kinds of demands like it's the order of the day? What could it do? The strong worked in savage and cruel ways with the wings in his ring. Gu Santong counted on his fingers, including this 4th-level spiritual beast's wings, that should add up to 80. I wonder how's Dad doing? Gu Santong jumped up in the air and was gone. Only the crippled spiritual beast was left, its eyes rolled up in their sockets and blood flowing down its back like a river. It wasn't long for this world, that's for sure. Meanwhile, in a clearing, 3 5th-level spiritual beasts were shivering from fear. Zhuofan strolled towards them, his eyes cold and a faint azure flame flickering on his forehead. Sure, they'd fear Zhuofan just the same, even without that gimmick, but not enough to lose even their fight or flight instinct. You 3, turn around. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. The spiritual beasts looked at each other through tears and turned. How could a man have such power to rob them of the will to even flee? The air around him was obviously from a big boss of theirs. Zhuofan snickered, touching the azure flame. Without this baby here, he'd be out there wasting time chasing these beasts to and fro. Now he could even order them to die and they'd line up on the precipice, plunging to their doom like second nature. Going behind one spiritual beast, Zhuofan's mouth twisted in a smile. Touching its wings, the victim trembled and sweated. What came next was a tearing sound, a pain so excruciating, it wailed in tears. All while the blood on its back gushed freely. Now beat it. Zhuofan snapped. The spiritual beast dragged its pitiful and gimp body in remorse deeper into the woods, leaving a thick trail of blood. As for the other 2 spiritual beasts, seeing their buddy's woeful fate, they were shivering harder, pleading Zhuofan with their big puppy eyes. They were majestic 5th-level spiritual beasts, pack leaders in the Allbeast mountain range, but now their wings were plucked off by a mere human. Oh, the humanity! What could they do? This guy had that wavy blue thing making them docile as puppies rip. With another 2 ripping sounds, the mournful cries of the spiritual beasts echoed out into the blue sky with Zhuofan behind them waving them off. The spiritual beasts went on the same road as their brother, weeping and deflated in their slow steps into the forest. Only the horrifying trail of blood was testament to the gruesome torture. Zhuofan put the wings away. He was 1 step closer to his goal on his way to resume the harvest. A red flash came in the form of Gu Santong. Dad, I got around 80 pairs. What about you? Gu Santong stuck out his flushed face. Zhuofan smiled, his brows going up and down, around the same, 235. So many. Gu Santong sulked. Dad, you're so mean. I have to chase those spiritual beasts each time while you just use that azure flame to have them sit still. How am I supposed to win like this? Gu Santong pouted and stomped. This game has been going on for 3 months now. What he thought to be a search for herbs turned into plucking wings, and in him losing all interest. Zhuofan made it a challenge, saying he'd give him 10 8th-grade ingredients if he gathered 1,000 pairs of wings first. That had him going around the mountains in excitement, but when the race started, he found out that Zhuofan had a secret weapon, making the entire mountain range's spiritual beasts listen to his orders. In the first 2 weeks alone, Zhuofan had already overtaken him. His hopes of winning were dashed. He had the strength, but Zhuofan had the azure flame which could line up the beasts for the culling. Zhuofan saw through him and smiled. Young Sanzi, how about this? I still need to get 1,000, but you win if you can get 300 before me. Really? Gu Santong's eyes sparkled. Better keep your word. I'm going. But then he came right back in the next moment, asking coyly, Dad, what do you need all these wings for? Did you get bored of yours and want to switch them up every day? You're like the maids in the imperial palace. They switch jewelry just like you. I am no woman to have that vice. Zhuofan's face twitched. Now go do your thing. You'll find out in the evening. All right. Gu Santong left, shrugging. He only cared about the prize anyway. He had no curiosity to know what Zhuofan's use of the wings was. But before he could give more chase, a hurricane blew over them. Sand and rocks blew away as a black cloud loomed over Allbeast mountain range. The next moment, a 300-meter-long, 3-headed black bird swooped in, its powerful wings sending sharp winds, able to crush even stone. Zhuofan cried, 9th-level spiritual beast, 3-headed crow. What's it doing here? This is only the 6th-level spiritual beast's domain. Dad, can we use its wings? Why don't we pull them off? Gu Santong proposed. Zhuofan disposed. Young Sanzi, behave. This spiritual beast is powerful enough to go on a rampage in the sacred domain. Us two are no match for it. Zhuofan's heart shook and he gulped. He never dreamed that mortal domain could have such a spiritual beast. He knew Allbeast mountain range went deeper still, having areas the 6th-level spiritual beasts didn't dare cross, that those areas were holding a terrible being. Not even he thought of exploring it. Allbeast mountain range was a bottomless treasure vault which he wouldn't dare open before he had the power to do so, but the guardian of that treasury had caught him with his pants down. Dad, can't your azure flame do the trick? Gu Santong reminded him. Zhuofan recovered at last. How the hell did I forget? And deployed his trick the instant that flame came out into the open. The 3-headed crow stopped, with all its heads fixated on him. There you are. Each head had an azure flame too. Zhuofan was rendered speechless. Chapter 412, Allbeast Mountain Lord. Chapter 412, Allbeast Mountain Lord. Oh my god, that thing has the azure flame too, 3 of them on top of it? Zhuofan looked like he was choking on a fly. He had a monopoly on the azure flame so far, with all beasts shuddering at his feet. Then this 9th-level spiritual beast came along bearing the same majestic power, thus making him immune to his flame in the face of such might. He was nothing but a foot soldier who Flapping those heaven-reaching wings, it drew closer to the pair, casting a huge shadow over them. Gulping, Zhuofan was sweating now. Was it you who has been hunting the flying spiritual beasts? Three-headed crow's eyes were on him, but only the middle head spoke. Zhuofan's forehead was sweating buckets. The 9th-level spiritual beast has such intelligence that it can speak. This is going to be hard. Such a mind was not like those brutish spiritual beasts. It was far harder to outsmart and escape. Gu Santong cut him off before Zhuofan could say anything, shouting proudly, "That's us." "What about it?" "Oh no, 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 don't listen to a little child's nonsense. We're not killing anybody, hee." Covering the kid's mouth, Zhuofan wiped his brow with a smile. His heart was sinking further and further for the three-headed crow to ask about the hunting. He must have come to settle the score, no doubt. His best option was to drag it out, lie and cheat while waiting for the perfect moment to flee for their lives. Who in their right mind would ever admit? Young Sanzi is still so innocent. Compared to those foxes in Tianyu, he was as crude as the beasts in the Allbeast mountain range. The three-headed crow's heads exchanged looks and nodded. It found the azure flame on Zhuofan familiar. "Yes, it's you all right. Come, my master wants to see you." "Master?" A 9th-level spiritual beast has a master. What kind of a monster does that make him? Zhuofan licked his dry lips, his mind out of commission. The tiny Tianyu Empire in the plain mortal domain was hiding such a secluded monster. It has to be seclusion, or his lordly self wouldn't send a three-headed crow on errands otherwise. Who could beat that? More importantly, where does he come from? Zhuofan sank in thought and his eyes flashed. He looked at the azure flames on the three-headed crow and nodded in understanding. "Humph, you think this young master will see him just because you say so? Who do you take me for?" Gu Santong knew he was no match, but his pride wouldn't allow any retreat. Like his heart was telling him that lowering his head in fear before the 9th-level spiritual beast was a disgrace. He was like a nobleman, always holding his little head high. The three-headed crow was curious instead of angry at Gu Santong's bratty temper, and in fact lowered its head in respect. "Forgive me, young master. As the master ordered, I have to take you with me, even if by force. Do you see the azure flame on my head? Master bestowed it to me so I could contend with you and the gentleman. Please don't force me. I do not want to harm you. I'd like to see you try. Ever since I remember, I've only relied on my trusted fists. No one has overcome them ever. I'm not afraid of you." Gu Santong rolled up his sleeves, but Zhuofan stopped him from starting a fight. Mulling over in his head, Zhuofan nodded. "All right, we will see your master. Lead the way. It is quite far from here. Please get on my back. I will take you." The three-headed crow leaned in and Zhuofan hopped on along with Gu Santong. Gu Santong was still grumbling. "Dad, isn't this admitting defeat? It'll make me look bad." "Ha ha ha, how is this a defeat? The other party is only inviting us. Though it is compulsion, it was with respect. We have to go. It's like knowing when to face reality and accept the facts. We'd have to go even if we didn't want to, but the difference in attitude would have been worlds apart. With such an obvious gap in strength, rather than setting oneself up for humiliation, taking a step back is recommended." Zhuofan smiled. "Besides, your dad is curious to see the mystery expert. I have some questions that need answers." Zhuofan flicked his finger and the azure flame shone above it, reflected in those deep black eyes of his. "Hold on." The three-headed crow flapped its massive wings, carrying them into the heavens above. That simple, yet wide movement, changed the perspectives of Zhuofan and Gu Santong in a blink, finding themselves in a foreign area. Does he have a teleporting skill like Dad's divine eye of the void? Gu Santong looked around at the new area he was in. Zhuofan shook his head. "Spanning thousands of miles, it covers the moon and holds the sky." A famous saying in the sacred domain, describing one of the 5 great sacred beasts. the vaulting Kunpeng's incredible power. In one flap, it crosses 9,000 miles. The three-headed crow, a being of the vaulting Kunpeng's bloodline, is not as impressive, but it can still cross 100 miles. That was no teleportation, but pure speed. SSS. Gu Santong gasped, amazed at the huge bird. You're actually so cool? That's why I told you we can't win. I can blink away, true, but only a couple miles at most. Zhuofan patted Gu Santong's shocked head. The three-headed crow's lively tail betrayed its good mood even with the frozen expression as it humbly said, "You're too kind. Such a parlor trick is nothing to you, young master." The crow flew deeper into the Allbeast mountain range. The spiritual beasts along the way saw their eldest brother passing and lowered their heads in homage. Even ninth-level spiritual beasts, even the hunting spiritual beasts, paused to show their respects. This was the power it had here, mainly because of the azure flame. Oh, for the azure flame to drive fear into the ninth-level spiritual beasts as well, that means. Zhuofan squinted. Glancing around, he saw the king of beasts, a sixth-level spiritual beast, being preyed upon and causing a startling scene. What came even more as a shock was how the mortal domain had a place with so many high-level spiritual beasts. It begged the question, who controls this horde? What kind of being is he? Zhuofan was looking forward to this meeting. An hour later, the three-headed crow landed on a tall mountain covered in thunderclouds. A pitch-black cave faced the Allbeast mountain range, like an ever-watchful black eye on these lands. That is my master's residence. Zhuofan looked at the cave, at the savage beasts behind them, and sighed. The only way to get here was on the three-headed crow's back. It only took us an hour despite the distance with the two's top speed. It'd take them half a month. The biggest shock was the sheer size of the Allbeast mountain range. This area was more than half of the entire range. The true Allbeast mountain range master is waiting for you. Please go in. The three-headed crow left with one last polite urging. Zhuofan and Gu Santong nodded. Stepping into the cave, the two were intrepid men. Come what may, we're ready. He wouldn't get to beat them, that was for sure, even if the guy wanted them dead, so it was best to go in headlong. But since he had sent a three-headed crow to guide them here, he ought to be nice. Probably the two put their game faces on. Who? An azure frame flared to life, shining the entire cave. The blue glow revealed a throne, and sitting on it was the familiar figure Zhuofan saw in his dream. He was a stout, middle-aged man in azure garb. He had a sparse beard and a creepy grin. Ha ha ha, my boy, we meet again. You! Zhuofan smiled back. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters below Caged Dragon City, in a huge space, a peculiar array was engraved on the floor. 9 golden dragons 3-meter long lay in a pattern around it. The golden chain coming from their mouths binding them to the array's center. Ripples of power were released from that center, constant and heavy. If the venerables gathered, nothing untoward will happen when the array is unsealed. Leng Wuchang stood outside the array in worry. Huangpu Tianyuan held a green root, a manic glint in his eyes. Humph. If those geezers knew we had the Bodhi root and can train in the 9 dragons' diamond body, they'll say the house interests come first and select the best candidate to train in it. They would have had Huangpu Fenglei train here and threaten my position. With me moving behind their back, it will soon be too late. Even if they discover, and they will ultimately obey my word. Regent Estate's strongest and estate lord will ultimately be me, ha ha ha. Nonetheless. No hesitation, Sir Leng. Begin. Huangpu Tianyuan cut off Leng Wuchang's worry. Leng Wuchang sighed and his hands moved whoosh. In a flash of gold, the 9 dragons pulled on the chains to reveal a bright cave releasing dragon roars. Huangpu Tianyuan was thrilled with every step, rushing inside. The glowing cave mouth was soon sealed back as the chains moved. Only Leng Wuchang was wrought with worry looking at the calmness. If Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't master the skill, the seal would break and the 8 dragons would crush even venerables. The dragon-veined souls would rain havoc. Chapter 413, Vaulting Kunpeng. Chapter 413, Vaulting Kunpeng. Thank you, Senior, for all the times that you saved me. Juefan made a full bow after finding out he was the Azure Flame person back then. The man sneered. Ha ha ha, boy, I only saved you that one time from a wolf pack. Since the Senior has granted me the Azure Flame, Junior has used it many times to save himself. It is the same as Senior lending a hand. I will never forget such a favor. Juefan bowed again. The man stared Juefan down, though uncaring if he was sincere or not. It's fine, I won't be asking for payment. Why don't you take it out for me to see it? Juefan froze, unsure what game he was playing, but with his immense strength, Juefan would never win, choosing to play along. He put out his finger and an azure glow burst out. The man looked stunned at the flame, then sighed. I thought as much. You refined it. Kid, you sure are lucky. What do you mean, Senior? Juefan probed the man's side. The azure flame is my innate possession, connected with my mind. When I gave you the azure flame, I could see everything you do. Juefan's heart tensed and his eyes darted around. That's like having constant surveillance. The man chuckled at his obvious thoughts. Kid, you're too cautious. What use would I have of someone as feeble as you? I was only watching out for you in case of misfortune, and to send someone to your rescue. Please don't twist my goodwill. Juefan's heart shuddered at his warning. The man resumed. Yet not long after you got it, you refined the azure flame, cutting off my connection. It can only mean two things. You either threw it away, something monumentally difficult for someone like you, or you combined it with your body on the deepest level, which is even more unheard of. It has been a problem that's been plaguing me for years, but now I see you really have done it. Kid, you are quite lucky to have it. I wonder which Grand Master you are under? Juefan shuddered. The guy hails from the sacred domain, no question about it, and is at least a saint. Better err on the side of caution and be brief and short. He knew about the Blood Infant and Patriarch Blood Demon, yet still showed no ill will. So he has no ties with Patriarch Blood Demon. Saying I am his descendant should be a safe bet. Juefan cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior. I come from Sacred Domain, Patriarch Blood Demon's descendant. Cut the crap. The man lashed out. Patriarch Blood Demon was strong, but only a saint who ever cared about his Blood Infant research. The skills I saw you use 9 years ago were too intricate to be from anyone under an emperor. Speak. Which one of the ancient emperors is your master? Juefan trembled. The guy's eyes were sharp and insidious. Just from that array 9 years ago, he could tell Juefan's master's level. There's no way a pushover knows about the 10 ancient emperors and Patriarch Blood Demon. And since he lives surrounded by beasts, it's king even, maybe. Juefan's sweat flowed harder in front of this guy. He was less than an ant, of no value whatsoever. The man saw him silent and sneered. Kid, I've roamed the world all my life and seen everything. You may not say it, but I can still guess it. Those pills and arrays you used were as marvelous as they were rare, yet you are also masterful in the heinous Blood Infant. The only emperor in the world who is so knowledgeable and a secret art hoarder is that old freak 9 Serenities. Shuddering harder, Juefan was in a panic. In just one guess, the man had found out everything, and that too merely from watching him use the arrays. The guy had to have ample experience that even the demonic emperor couldn't compare to. I am in awe of the Senior's gaze. Juefan made a deep bow. I am indeed 9 Serenities' emperor's successor, but I never had the chance to meet him. Ha ha ha, that would be close to impossible. I reckon he already went to the underworld and became a ghost by now. The man shook his head. In the times of the 10 emperors, each had his unique skill. Heavenly Emperor's eyes, Tyrant Emperor's divine fist, while only 9 Serenities was a jack of all trades. He was ashamed to the others, they all took him for a fake. But 9 Serenities sure was persistent, gathering the world's secret arts and cultivation methods. and through all that knowledge, he became one of the strongest 3 emperors. He compiled all of his knowledge in the 9 Serenities' secret records, a treasure everyone is thirsting over. I just never thought Patriarch Blood Demon's blood infant art would fall into his hands as well. Kid, holding that record is the same as turning you into the world's most brilliant gem, a library of secrets. With all arts beneath the 10 emperors in your hands, you have received the greatest blessing in your path to understand Tao. Zhuofan nodded, wiping his brow in just a few words. The guy had figured him out as the holder of the 9 Serenities' secret records. Everyone in the sacred domain would go insane over it, ending with his untimely demise. Of course, as luck would have it, this guy thought of himself as better than even the emperors, mocking their greed for some scribbles. He respected the 9 Serenities' secret records, but wouldn't steal it from the kid. This was Zhuofan's luckiest break, yet not like he could stop him anyway. Zhuofan mustered some courage. Senior, from your tone I assume you're familiar with the 10 emperors. I wonder. You've been to the Lightning Canyon. What did you get? The man asked, coldly licking his lips. Zhuofan gave a firm nod. Senior, I have indeed been there. Senior's azure flame was of much help in fighting Lightning Canyon's purple lightning array. I just don't know if the senior wants the purple lightning gold eye or divine eye of the void. Zhuofan's right eye flashed in 3 gold halos. The man's mouth trembled. He smiled and scratched his head. Ha ha ha, you did find it after all. My assistance hasn't been for naught. He wants Heavenly Emperor's ultimate skill, divine eye of the void. All that's left to figure out is if he is after the art or my eyes. He won't be gouging them out, is he? The stout man laughed again in his imperial seat, jerking him out of his thoughts. Kid, didn't you want to know who I am? Feast your eyes. A raging fire exploded behind him, azure in color and in the shape of a huge bird with even bigger wings. Zhuofan's eyes widened, the head of the 5 sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng. He came to the same guess earlier on, but seeing was believing. Shaking his tense heart, the 5 sacred beasts were equal to the 10 emperors, but rulers of beasts meeting vaulting Kunpeng was like meeting an emperor of old. Even if he was back to being the demonic emperor, an emperor-level expert, he'd still be nothing more than an ant. Smiley face, funny enough, the character for emperor in demonic emperor implies higher power and authority than the emperor in the 10 emperors. Now he knew why every beast cowered before the azure flame. How could they rebuke the mighty lord of the animal kingdom? Even humans would shiver when facing such a mighty beast as the vaulting Kunpeng. He saw the soaring Qilin in the Lightning Canyon, but it was already dead, leaving behind a mere leg. While vaulting Kunpeng was in the flesh before his very eyes, merely the image behind him shone with such power and pressure that it took his breath away. It was the aura of a sacred beast. Gulping hard, Zhuofan was sweating buckets. Gu Santong had hunkered behind him from the start, eerily quiet for once. Not even he dared showboating before the vaulting Kunpeng. Chuckling, vaulting Kunpeng withdrew his power and walked down from his throne, watching Zhuofan in glee. You truly are 9 Serenities' successor. I wasn't wrong to put my hopes on you. Now it's time for the next step. The next? Zhuofan jerked. Vaulting Kunpeng helped me for his own reasons, like I thought. But what is he after? Chapter 4:14 Qilin's Son. Chapter 4:14 Qilin's Son. I'll fulfill any wish you may have, Senior, come hell or high water. Zhuofan cupped his hands, his waist bent. Like the most adorable child, Kunpeng laughed. Please don't play around. 9 Serenities was a sly fox back then, and with you as his successor, you can't be anything less either. I am not one to believe anything that comes out of your mouth. And like I said, I'm not asking for repayment. This next step is merely a request of mine. You can decide what to do. But you better do it right if you accept. Zhuofan pursed his lips. Kunpeng was kind and humble, only requesting, but this style was the best suited in maneuvering others. He knew that if Zhuofan's promise was fake, The only one to suffer would be himself. The carrot would be more appropriate in these cases, adding enough incentive to get the job done. Zhuofan knew that Kunpeng's request would be hard, if not impossibly dangerous. There was no way to accept it before even knowing what it entailed. Kunpeng nodded. Good to know that you are considering everything. You are the spitting image of the cunning 9 serenities. The more thoughtful you are, the more at ease I would be on entrusting you with this. Before that though, I would like to ask, mind letting that child be in my care? Kunpeng turned to Gu Santong hiding behind Zhuofan, filled with love. What? The two cried at the same time. Gu Santong made himself smaller behind Zhuofan and shivered. Senior, young Sanzi is my godson. Why do you want him? Zhuofan panicked, knowing he couldn't stop Kunpeng if he was forceful. Kunpeng looked at them oddly. How rare. You two hit it off at first sight and even became a family. This is even better. But the child is related to me, and teaching him will help him greatly. Zhuofan roamed his eyes around and thought, you've seen Brother Qilin in Lightning Canyon, correct? He must be so thin, struck down by the purple lightning for so many years. This child could have only survived in the Lightning Canyon due to his father's help. Taking him out and even becoming family must be because of Brother Qilin's approval. You now know who I am, and since me and his father are sacred beasts, it would be better to let me take care of him. Cut the crap! Gu Santong hooted. This young master has lived in Tianyu. I only stayed in Lightning Canyon for 5 years. How can I be Qilin's son? Kunpeng looked at Zhuofan in stunned silence. Zhuofan retold Gu Santong's history. Kunpeng fell silent, frowned and sighed. I see, it was 300 years ago. What's wrong, senior? Zhuofan asked. Gu Santong was his godson. He had a theory about the kid's history, but still needed proof. Kunpeng said, 3 centuries ago, I heard a sudden cry across the world. It sounded like Brother Qilin's roar of anger. My brothers had an encounter with the Heavenly Emperor once, sealing them in the 3 forbidden spaces with the divine eye of the void, forced to endure the torment of thousands of purple lightning strikes. For many years this remained unchanged. Then at some point, Brother Qilin gave a howl of shock. I didn't know its meaning, but now I see it must have meant that he could no longer hold on and was worried for his Qilin egg dying with him. He used all that he had left to throw the egg out of that space. And from that egg came you, Gu Santong. This is why you had no mother or father, of incredible power just like Qilin's innate ability. None of the 5 sacred beasts can beat a Qilin in terms of strength alone. Gu Santong was stunned. He was still skeptical, but soon realized the pain he felt looking at the soaring Qilin's leg back in Lightning Canyon was because of their blood ties. Anyone would be in tears seeing their father reduced to such a state. Zhuofan nodded. He didn't know then why the perfect array had a gap. The Qilin used its outrageous power to make that hole to get his egg out, yet even the mighty Qilin could only make that little hole, further confirming the might of Heavenly Emperor's eye skill. And in his act of desperation, the Qilin not only lost its life, but was reduced to a mere leg. He had to have overused his strength, leaving him easy prey for the purple lightning. The Qilin might still be alive if not for getting Gu Santong out. Zhuofan sighed. A father's love is like a mountain. Yes, I'm sure of it. When you guys entered Allbeast mountain range, besides sensing the azure flame, I also felt the Qilin's aura. Now that you are before me, my sacred beast nose can't be wrong. That is why I had 3-headed crow escort you here. To see it clearly. Kunpeng rubbed Gu Santong's little head, sighing, Child, you should call me Uncle Kunpeng. Gu Santong only blushed, biting his lip and tearing up. Kunpeng wasn't hard on him, letting him digest this shocking news and turning to Zhuofan. Young Sanzi's history is certain. But I can't help but wonder, what came of Brother Qilin after you entered Lightning Canyon? How is he? Zhuofan gave a bitter smile, making his right hand flash red. Only this remained. What? The soaring Qilin's leg is resting under your shoulder? Kunpeng was flabbergasted, touching Zhuofan's right arm. The great sacred beast became a human's tool. 9 Serenities Emperor's research was complete. You are a truly rare genius, boy. Kunpeng instantly took it as an effect of 9 Serenities Emperor's secret art. But Zhuofan was frowning, the sadness gone from his eyes, replaced with fear. For God's sake. Here you are seeing your old pals' only remains, and instead of mourning, you're praising 9 Serenities Emperor's research. Humph, the sacred beasts aren't that friendly after all. Does that mean all that sadness just now was fake? He came up with 2 logical explanations: to win Gu Santong over and to win him over. Since he still has stuff he needs me to do, winning me over takes precedence. Let's see where he's taking it. Zhuofan squinted but sighed. Senior, please don't grieve. Oh, sorry, I lost myself there. Blushing, Kunpeng took back his hands, the sadness back in his eyes. Senior, what is it that you want from me? Snickering inside, Zhuofan bowed Kunpeng's side. As the leader of the 5 sacred beasts, I mourn the fates of 3 of my brothers sealed away in such spaces, unable to get out, with me powerless to help. That is why I want you to do it, get my brothers out of there. I will never forget your immense effort. Senior exaggerates. Nothing is impossible with your power. Junior is a mere ant's disciple. How can my meager skill rescue seniors from eternal damnation? Zhuofan sighed. Kunpeng rushed. Kid, you underestimate yourself. With 9 Serenities Emperor and Heavenly Emperor's ultimate skills, the sky's the limit. And those spaces came to be through the divine eye of the void. You who possess that skill will have no problem removing the seal. But my achievement is meager. It'd be better to give the art to Senior. With your training, you'd complete it in no time. No, 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 Kunpeng shook his head hastily. Each person has his own path. Humans comprehend Tao, to rule over everything, while sacred beasts unearth the power deep within. Each has their own strengths, but never can they mix. A human's art is something a sacred beast and spiritual beasts can never learn. Zhuofan unclenched. Of course he didn't lose it and turned charitable. He wouldn't just hand it over. It was all a test, a test. Now that he knew that the sacred beast couldn't use his art, he breathed easier since there was no conflict of interests. They could build a stable business relationship. Dad, just do it. Gu Santong's pitiful eyes turned to Zhuofan, recalling his father's tragic passing. Gu Santong wished to help the other sacred beasts. Zhuofan patted his little head, chuckling fondly. The little scamp. How can I not? We are in another guy's home after all. He said he won't force us, but even a moron can see this is no request. Humph, if I don't agree, there won't be a bone left of my body in this mountain range. But Gu Santong merely showed a bright smile. His innocence warmed the cockles of his heart. The kid's puppy looks aside. Business is business. It was not Zhuofan's style to meet such a moneybag and not fleece him of every last penny, or spirit stone case in point. Zhuofan bowed. Senior, since you are trusting me with such a monumental task, I would be needing some support. Kunpeng's face was twitching, getting the drift. Ha ha ha, I didn't meet that old freak 9 Serenities, but you sure have that geezer's style down pat. Ha ha ha, no worries. I have a great gift prepared. Chapter 4:15 Open the Mind. Chapter 4:15 Open the Mind. Pa. Kunpeng snapped his fingers as rumbling came from outside. Kunpeng glanced at the two, walked out and smiled. Come with me. They were right behind him, but froze as they left the cave. It was a heap of bloody spiritual beast wings. Scarlet blood ran from the base in rivulets, a testament to how freshly plucked they were. While over them, 9th-level spiritual beasts flew around still, adding to the heap an extra pile of bloody wings, shaking the ground every time Zhuofan gasped. As a demonic emperor, he had seen his fair share of ghastly genocides, but it was his first time seeing it done by their own kin in cold blood. He now knew for sure that Kunpeng was a determined, vicious and ambitious person. Spiritual beasts were naught but slaves to a sacred beast, their tiny little lives having no worth whatsoever. Even as they tore those wings from the beast's shivering bodies, their hearts wouldn't so much as twitch. I know you've been looking for spiritual beast wings. Here are 100,000 from 4th, 5th and 6th level spiritual beasts. I can have them fetch more if you want. Kunpeng smiled in a savage tone, fitting for a beast overlord. Zhuofan waved quickly. Senior is so thoughtful. I could never use so many. I only wanted 1,000. Senior's generosity and consideration has been more than enough. However, my ring can't hold so many wings. It's fine. Kunpeng flicked his hand and the heap of wings entered his ring before he handed it over to Zhuofan. Please, take it. It was a ring sparkling in azure, of a different class than his thunder ring. It had such a thick spiritual energy coming from it that it gave off a refreshed feeling and filled one with yuan qi. There was no way an average guy could just show up and make one sacred ring. He wanted to go for it, but taking such an item couldn't be done casually. Only those in power in the sacred domain had the right to flaunt such rings. Not even he, a demonic emperor, qualified. Kunpeng chuckled at his hesitation. I see. Although no one can recognize this sacred ring in the mortal domain, you will one day go back to the sacred domain. Ha ha ha, you have such a far gaze. But it's fine. Kunpeng hooked his finger and the thunder ring flew into his hand. With a flash of azure, the two rings combined. Thunder ring on the outside, but still as large inside as the sacred ring. Zhuofan paled and sighed inside. Such skill. His refining must be divine. Another thing this demonic emperor found he was lacking. Vaulting. Kunpeng truly is the head of the 5 sacred beasts, of the same existence as the 10 emperors. His dumbfounded look stroked Kunpeng's ego, smiling and nodding. The guy's cunning tricks involved not only luring but shock and awe as well. See that? No flattery will ever match my greatness. So be good and stick with me if you want to live a good life. Or I just might squash you. Zhuofan's face was just the one he had wished for. Kunpeng raised an eyebrow, looking at the ring stunned. With a wave and a flash of purple, a purple thunder skylark flew out and landed behind Zhuofan. He glanced at Kunpeng in fear, further hiding behind his father. How odd, this thunder skylark wields the power of purple lightning. Kunpeng's eyes shook, pointing at Xiaoer. Boy, did you have a role in getting the thunder skylark to use purple lightning? Yes and no. When I entered Lightning Canyon, Xiaoer hadn't hatched and was forced to use it to absorb the purple lightning. I never expected for him to turn out like this. His mind is also sharper than a mere spiritual beast. It is his fortune. Zhuofan stated. Why, Senior, is there a problem? It's such a freaky event that I've never seen one in my life. Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning comes from heaven-splitting Thunder Phoenix, one of the 5 sacred beasts. Its innate ability was this purple lightning. A sacred beast would pop under its attack, and not even soaring Qilin could defend against it. Even with the Thunder Skylark capable of swallowing lightning, it should still crumble under the purple lightning. But this Thunder Skylark was born from it. It's like inheriting the Thunder Phoenix's legacy. Amazing. Kunpeng's side. Zhuofan figured as much. While the egg took the brunt of the purple lightning back then, he was using the peak of 9 Serenity's Emperor's research, demon transformation art. It can absorb anything in the world. This had to be why the undeveloped Xiaoer could take in the purple lightning into himself. While Zhuofan took some of the brunt as well. Without this mystical art, the man and bird would have long been shot dead. Zhuofan had figured it all out, but was not feeling quite forward with this particular info. With how humans were twisted inside, discretion was the better side of valor, not to mention keeping his cards hidden. Kunpeng may know the ancient emperors, but he has no clue of 9 Serenity's Emperor's masterpiece, the demon transformation art. The unknown is the ultimate weapon. Zhuofan knew that fully well since his first life to the pondering and baffled Kunpeng. Zhuofan put on an equally dumbstruck look. Kunpeng sighed in the end. Such a huge opportunity. This bird's fortune is immense. Kid, you sure have one lucky star. Not only you're blessed yourself, but even your damn pet struck gold. You're practically blinding from all the karma on you. Senior, that's just luck. Zhuofan bowed. Kunpeng grinned. Then let me add my own blessing and gild the lily. Kunpeng motioned and Xiao drew closer, panicking and crying. Gu Santong wanted to interfere, but Zhuofan stopped him. Kunpeng was the head of sacred beasts. He wouldn't lower himself to picking on fourth-level spiritual beasts. Kunpeng fixed his happy eyes on Xiao and an azure glow flew from his finger and into the bird's forehead. Xiao's frantic wings stopped. It cawed once and bowed. Thank you for your blessing, sacred lord. Xiao can speak. Gu Santong turned shocked to Zhuofan. Zhuofan was out of it as well, but only for a jiffy. But why is it a female? Yep, Xiao was a she now, along with all the perks that entailed. She had a soothing voice and was unlike her old man in style. Though a chick, in more ways than one, she shouldn't have such a soft voice even as a young one. It was totally different from Gu Santong. Father, brother, I have always been a girl. You just always took me for. Xiao flapped next to the two, blinking her huge innocent eyes. Zhuofan Ahmed, son. Younger brother. Gu Santong blushed. Xiao huffed and puffed, flying around the two. I'm a girl, a girl. Ha ha ha, kid, you don't even know your spirit animal's gender? Kunpeng cracked up. Malarkey. How should I know when I didn't send her to find a mate? Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan kept that to himself and only showed respect. It's of my own neglect, embarrassing myself before senior. But what did Sir do? Opened her mind. Kunpeng smiled. Kid, I have to admit, you are loaded with treasures yet can't even see them. I was born out of chaos itself to become the head of the 5 sacred beasts. Like that thunder phoenix, I use the chaos flame, a gentle flame. It can transcend the soul, harmonize yin and yang and open the mind. Kid, you have my chaos flame. If you used it to refine your soul for 10 years you would have been in the ethereal stage. What are you still doing in the profound heaven stage? A darn shame. Why didn't you tell me that the first time? Zhuofan was stumped and grumbling inside. At least he was a hard worker in building up his strength all this time, but who'd be a moron to skip such a shortcut? It should have hit him a long time ago, in fact. When he got his discerning field and wielded Radiant Stage's skills. Weren't all of them a byproduct of the Azure Flame? Why didn't he take the educated and logical guess of using it to refine his soul? Zhuofan felt like shedding dry tears. All those years, for nothing. Kunpeng shook his head. I gave you the Azure Flame to shield your soul while also helping you get in the Lightning Canyon. I never intended for you to use it and go ethereal. But now that you've refined my old flame, you have complete control over it and should have enjoyed your fortune. A shame you're such a schmuck to understand this basic truth, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's face twitched. Chapter 416, Loaded. Chapter 416, Loaded. What's 10 wasted years anyway? You'll have plenty of time to cultivate in the future. Don't feel too down in the dump. Kunpeng patronized. He snapped his fingers and the new and improved thunder ring returned to Zhuofan sighing. Zhuofan put it on and his eyes popped out. To this is 10 billion sacred spirit stones. Ha ha ha, this is the gift I was talking about. What, you thought it'd only be some spiritual beast wings? Kunpeng spoke with pride. I mean, I am an ancient powerhouse that roamed the continent after all. This is nothing. With that old Coot 9 Serenity's bag of fancy arrays and tricks, you'd stumble upon some monsters at some point and with my little help you can now survive them. Just work hard in helping me. That's all the compensation I want. Upstart. Zhuofan clicked his tongue, seeing the motherlode sparkling in his ring. The sparse spiritual treasures and ingredients gave such a poor feeling. Besides the billions of sacred spirit stones, it's more than what the sacred domain's heads of sacred clans can come up with. Arrays demanded spirit stone, and above the 12th grade arrays, there were 6 more, the sacred arrays. Those worked only with sacred spirit stones, but sacred spirit stone mines only existed in the sacred domain, in the hands of the clans there, not to mention their low number. Yet Kunpeng smashed him with so many zeros with a flick. That's a sacred beast's boss for you. Everything he does it in style. Zhuofan put the ring on with a shiver. He was so moved he could cry. Kunpeng nodded. Now that's called glossing over the defects to take advantage of someone. I gave you a fortune, so you better do your own part and more. Zhuofan took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Senior, I will see this through, come what may. I will find the other danger zones and save seniors from impending doom. Very good. Kunpeng beamed. I've got this slick to change his mind. If there's nothing else, start right away. Young Sanzi will stay with me as I pour my all in teaching him. He's been out there for 300 years without a guide, unable to make use of his sacred beast innate strength. What a shame. Kunpeng spoke. The 3-headed crow landed, obviously intending to give Zhuofan a lift out of here. Zhuofan nodded, put Xiaoer in the ring and patted Gu Santong's head before hopping on the bird's back. Gu Santong was downcast, pleading with Kunpeng, I want to send Dad off. Kunpeng nodded. Gu Santong perked up and jumped on the 3-headed crow as well. The 3-headed crow flapped away, taking them outside Allbeast mountain range. Kunpeng watched them vanish in the distance with a glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha, who would have imagined I'd run into Thunder Phoenix's successor? Although a mere chick and soft, but very much capable of becoming a sacred beast. Kunpeng's smile twisted. Now that I think about it, it might not be long before the 5 sacred beasts will reassemble. That will be the day, Heavenly Emperor, the day we will settle our old score. Kunpeng laughed and entered the pitch-black cave. In under an hour, the two arrived at the same spot they left from. Zhuofan grabbed Gu Santong as they jumped off. He glanced wearily at the 3-headed crow, then transmitted, Young Sanzi, listen and don't talk. All right? Gu Santong gave him an odd look but nodded. Don't take everything Kunpeng said as true. You need to keep your guard up. As he is the head of the 5 sacred beasts and you are the son of one, training by his side will be the best scenario for you. But he has a hidden agenda. Just now he nitpicked on the trivial instead of focusing on the bigger things. Not once did he mention his beef with the Heavenly Emperor. This only proves that there must be more to it than it looks. You have to be careful. Zhuofan put on a heavy expression, making Gu Santong confused. If Kunpeng wanted to harm him, he would be like a fish waiting to be gutted. Zhuofan saw right through him, responding with a reassuring look. You will be safe staying with him for now. He wants me to do something, and even if his intentions are bad, he won't act on them anytime soon. From our talk, I realized that he has a fatal weakness. He knew something happened to Qilin 3 centuries ago, yet he didn't leave the mountain to look for you. Besides, we've been through one danger zone already. The threat is there, but we only pushed through with luck. While Kunpeng has the power to break the zone and rescue his friends. Why is it that so many years have passed yet not once has he tried to? It goes to show that he can only hide in the Allbeast mountain range. Taking one step outside will spell disaster for him. If you notice anything out of place, anything at all, young Sanzi, you run like hell out of the Allbeast mountain range. Kunpeng would have spat blood in anger if he were here and cursed him as ingrate. For God's sake. I just gave you a fortune and you bite me behind my back as thanks? You're nothing but a low-life degenerate sowing discord between us, sacred beasts. What did he expect? Zhuofan's entire personality was built on biting others and keeping his constant guard up against others biting back, and since it concerned young Sanzi's safety, Zhuofan was particularly chewy. He had always thought of this child as his own son. Gu Santong sighed at Zhuofan's look and gave a thumbs up. Dad, you're the best. I'll be extra careful. Also be mindful not to tick him off. Rubbing Gu Santong one last time, Zhuofan sighed fondly. Gu Santong bobbed his head. The three-headed crow flapped. Young master, we should be going. Ha ha ha, young master. I thought it odd before, but now you really are young master Qilin. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan teased. The mood brightened on the spot. Gu Santong knew he wanted him to be carefree and worry-free and smiled back. Dad, I am Allbeast Mountain Range's young master, and that makes you the master. If anyone shafts you, just tell me and I will set them straight. Good, now go. Zhuofan laughed. Gu Santong jumped on the crow, but his eyes never left Zhuofan, choking from tears. Dad, come see me even if no one's mean to you. Whoosh! The crow was gone with one flap, cutting his heartfelt goodbye. Zhuofan sighed, his heart heavy. He could never feel at ease with Gu Santong at Kunpeng's side. Not like he had a choice in the matter. With a deep breath, Zhuofan calmed down and flew for Windgaze City. 3 months later, a flash streaked Windgaze City's skies, announcing Zhuofan's arrival on Blackwind Mountain. A glance told him the 4 5th-grade arrays were still up and running. With a gesture, the arrays opened up a path for Zhuofan to walk in. The Luo clan responded on the spot at the commotion, only to burst with joy. Brother Zhuo, I thought something happened to you after what happened with the Emperor, that you were hounded on every side. Only when I met with Sister Schwanger, I realized it was all part of your grand plan. I could finally breathe easier. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai welcomed. Zhuofan nodded, seeing everyone here took a weight off his shoulder. Leng Wuchang kept his word. You jerk. Why didn't you tell us it's part of the plan? We were worried sick. Luo Yunchang blamed him. Zhuofan merely waved his hand. Elderly, did you finish what I asked? The elders looked at each other in sorrow. Li Jingtian was forced to speak up. Steward Zhuo, we were eager at first to get the materials, ingredients and spirit stones you asked of us. But we are a new house and the mines in our domain are few. And ever since you've been added to the top of the Empire's wanted list, those vassals stay clear of us, not wanting to have anything to do with this mess. We were unable to get everything in such a situation. Also, our guards are defending the 1,000 members of the Yun clan, who, per your instructions, are at the foot of Blackwind Mountain, digging a 1,000-mile-wide bunker. Good. As long as the bunker is ready, it's fine. I've brought the rest. Zhuofan snickered in a flash. Blackwind Mountain was overloaded with heaps of materials and ingredients, as well as spirit stones. Everyone's mind froze. How did Zhuofan get so many riches? Did he have an empire under him? He had brought out 100 times of what the rest of them had scraped together. Now, follow my earlier plan and handle these. The lands will soon be ours. Zhuofan's step was firm as he walked before them. Everyone was still out of it even as he was gone from sight. What did Steward Zhuo do in the last few months to get filthy rich? He's a total upstart. You won't even need to fight for the lands when you can just buy them. Chapter 4:17 Taunt. Chapter 4:17 Taunt. A chilling wind blew that night as the stars glittered like eternal fireworks. The light was still on in the Imperial Palace's study. The eerie sound of the wind rattling the window was putting everyone on edge. A sigh came now and then, reflecting the same state on the inside. Mr. Sima, why do you think that rotten Huangpu Tianyuan is still so late in making his move? I even handed him the power over the 7 houses. Such perfect opportunities don't come cheap. The Emperor's fingers drummed the table, his eyes sharp as blades. Sima Hui replied, Your Majesty, Leng Wuchang is no fool. He asked for the Luo clan to gain an excuse for its expansion campaign. His delayed start, however, points at his sight on the imperial capital. How can Regent Estate start a war with a peaceful imperial capital? If anything, he'll wait for all his forces to be in place, to respond to Zhuofan and your majesty at the same time, before beginning. Fang Qiubai offered. The emperor smiled in anger. Every one of those cunning old foxes are just standing by, watching. Zhuge Changfeng is doing it, and so is Ling Wuchang. Humph, the spark to ignite both the court and the nation can happen any moment. But no one wants to stick their neck out, in fear of getting hunted by a third. Both conflicts have to happen at the same time. Out there, the civil war of Regent Estate with Zhuofan is a battle of supremacy. But is my struggle here with Zhuge Changfeng any different? Just that this crafty geezer leaves me no opening to grab onto. The people will denounce me if I start attacking the Prime Minister without a good excuse. But with how quiet it is in here, how can the war start outside? The emperor sighed. Sima Hui bowed. Your Majesty, Zhuge Changfeng brought the Chuanrong with his authority, using the celebration as an excuse. He must be colluding with them. The event has passed, yet the delegation is still around. Your Majesty will soon get the best reason to cast them out. It won't be long before your Majesty will. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor's violent coughing fit broke his speech. Taking away the handkerchief, there was blood on it. Your Majesty. Everyone panicked. The emperor had them relax, took his medicine and eased a breath. Feeling much better, turning to the others, the emperor smiled. It's fine, but my life is coming to an end. I can't hold on for long. An emperor is different from a cultivator. With so many affairs taking up my time, I have little time left for training and to increase my lifespan. Ha ha ha, not even I can fight it. Yes, Mr. Sima is right. We have no time to lose. The only one suffering from dragging this any longer will be me. Sima Hui bowed and sighed inside. The others showed their utmost respect for the emperor in a flourish of their own. An emperor, beset by court affairs and limited by time, still wanted to fight with all he had to leave a peaceful and unified world. His legacy, for a successor. The people might remember him for being weak and mock him for his incompetence, but only his men knew the truth. He was just like the emperors of old, bold and powerful. Hear my edict. The emperor boomed. Divine dragons Sima Hui, Fang Qiubai and Shadow King are to set for Regent Estate and assist the Estate Lord Huangpu Tianyuan in capturing Zhuofan. Set out at once. A what? The men were in complete shock. Sima Hui urged. Your Majesty, the imperial capital is still in unrest. Who will protect you if we go? Please delay your order. Please, Your Majesty. The others bowed. The emperor smiled, his gaze set. I am just giving them a chance to run amok, ha ha ha. The emperor flicked his hand and left with a carefree laughter. Only the men were still standing there looking at themselves, lost. They knew their lord's character. His orders were final. The divine dragons and Shadow King had to obey. Whoosh. 3 dots flew out of the imperial capital, but the news spread like lightning in Prime Minister's home. Zhuge Changfeng was sipping wine in his backyard, enjoying the moon. The ground at his feet swelled and turned into a human shape. Hu Lianchai looked excited. Prime Minister Zhuge, we've just got word that all experts around the emperor went after Zhuofan. Young master and imperial tutor wish to ask if we should act now. Ha ha ha, what act? You couldn't have enjoyed all what the imperial capital has to offer now with it being so large. Won't it be better to take a stroll around town, partake in the customs and just live in the moment? Zhuge Changfeng snickered as he sipped his wine. Hu Lianchai shouted, Prime Minister sir, Chuanrong warriors haven't come to watch the sunset, you know that. Of course I know. It is why I'm telling you to relax and do whatever. Don't play into the old man's hand. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Hu Lianchai didn't understand. Prime Minister sir, is this all a trap? But I am certain the 2 divine dragons and Shadow King have left. The emperor is defenseless. Ha ha ha, how naive. No divine dragons around and being defenseless are 2 different things. Don't be hasty, the old coot has come prepared. Sipping again, Zhuge Changfeng waved him off. Hu Lianchai turned and muttered as he left, "Humph, Tianyu is filled with cowards. Not acting even at such a golden time." "What did you say?" Zhuge Changfeng warned in his most serious tone. "Give your young master and imperial tutor a message. For the next few days, stay calm. You can all die for all I care, but if you threaten the success of my plan over something trivial, you have another thing coming." Zhuge Changfeng might be a mere profound heaven cultivator, but he was the prime minister. His icy tone sent shivers even into Hu Lianchai, a radiant stage expert. "Go back." Zhuge Changfeng barked. Hu Lianchai nodded, sinking back into the mud. Left alone, Zhuge Changfeng resumed tasting his wine. "Old man, you've finally cast your net. But isn't using this bait a little dangerous? Or is there something else you're hiding besides divine dragons and Shadow King?" Zhuge Changfeng contemplated. Meanwhile, in the second prince's brand new manor, the prince was pacing around the lounge, his hands shaking all the time. A shadow slipped in under the cover of the night. "Hell Valley's newest mastermind, Yu Ming, your highness, you asked for me?" Yu Ming bowed. Second prince shot for him in restlessness. "Sir Yu Ming, perfect timing. I've just heard a crucial piece of information." Second prince's eyes darted around, then he whispered when the coast was clear. "Imperial Father's 2 divine dragons and Shadow King went after Zhuofan. Imperial Father is defenseless." Even a moron could see that this was a taunt, and only a dumbass like you would fall for it. "Then again, if not for your dim-wittedness, I'd never get to play you like a fiddle." Yu Ming hid his thoughts well, only showing a faint smile. "Second prince, I do not understand what you wish from me." Sir Yu Ming, you should understand the situation right now." Second prince was jittery, flailing his arms around, but still couldn't quite get the nerve to say those few little not-so-innocent words. "Sir Yu Ming, you know how Holy Maiden judged me unfit to rule." Second prince is too anxious. "Regarding fate, 3 parts are heaven's will and 7 parts hard work. You're no believer to enter the stage, nor would you have let Yun Xuanji read Huangpu Qingtian's fate. And didn't Huangpu Qingtian with his right to rule get killed in the end? Yeah, I also believe all this hype about providence is nonsense." Second prince agreed. "That is why I asked for you, Sir Yu Ming, to help me rewrite fate." Second prince, "I cannot even read fate." Yu Ming played the fool, knowing fully well the schmuck's mind. Second prince took a breath to cool his jets. "Sir Ling, I want you to advise me on my next course of action." "Wait and see." Yu Ming spoke. Second prince was disappointed. "But the situation now." "Your highness, why ask for me if your mind is set?" Yu Ming cut him off with a smile. Second prince shook his head. "To me, Sir Yu Ming is the brightest mind in the world, better than Ling Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng. None of them could play Zhuofan, but Sir Ming's advice of asking Yun Shuang's hand got the kid good. He isn't just on the ropes, but has the entire nation after him. Sir Ming is a true mastermind. Since you've told me to stay put, then that's what I'll do." Yu Ming nodded with a pleased smile, but snickered inside. "You fool, do you take Zhuofan for a mental case to fall for such a gimmick? He was in on it the whole time. Who do you think had me use you to set it up in the first place?" "Humph, this moron is hopeless. Better to side with Regent Estate and Zhuofan and take the first chance I get to sell out this fool." Yu Ming's grin earned the second prince's complete trust, then he praised, "Good child. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.